Hello guys. It's been a while since I did a camp stream, so I decided why not. Hopefully there will be no blue screening today. That was so random too. But I suppose I was lucky that it happened as I was loading into a game, instead of in the middle of it. Still don't know what happened though. I hope it doesn't make it a common thing. It definitely made it more annoying to having to edit the VOD. And then that VOD also decided to corrupt itself, so I have to re-render it. So I have to do that sometime today. And that shit takes a fucking while, man. I don't think I can handle being like a full-time content creator. And I don't like editing. Probably start with something easy this time around. Hello, Missing Legend. Good to see you.
Select your god.
I don't know, actually. I could try Cabrakan. No, I want to do Nemesis again. Let's grab Nem. I only got to try it once. It worked pretty well that game. Let's give it another shot. I also do see a lot of people talking about Bacchus. I might have to try it myself. With all these OP tank items. Apparently he's quite a menace. I haven't seen it myself though. Like, I've seen one Bacchus game, I think, and someone else playing it, and it didn't go very well. But Bacchus is also just kind of an awkward god to use right now. It just feels like he's too easy to deal with. I can imagine him being annoying to deal with, though. But good? I don't know. His wave clear is kind of ass as well. I'm not sure I would enjoy it. But it's the same with Ares, I guess. Like, Ares wave clear, I guess, is okay, but I don't really think I would enjoy that either. Do you know Salmon from Netflix? I know the show, but I haven't watched it, no. I've had trouble watching shows in recent years, to be honest. I think I have to go for Shell. Not having... I think I have to go Shell. Because if I am stuck in the Olden Ring, I cannot hold myself and heal, I believe. So I would rather get out of that ring. I think. Man, this sucks. I hate this. Do I have to go beats item this game? That would suck. That would really suck. C2 is coming, that's good. I'm happy for the people that do enjoy the show. My list of what I want to watch is long, but... I just have a hard time getting to that. I've just been playing games. That's kind of all I do these days. In terms of my own entertainment. There are still shows that I go back to that I've already watched. Like, I watch new seasons of things that I have watched previously, but starting new things is tough for me right now. I only really check something out if it just explodes and everyone is talking about it, because then I just get curious. But otherwise I don't actually watch that much stuff at the moment. Okay then.
Awesome.
Let's settle this with style. My style.
Okay. Completed.
Yeah, that Giga sucks. I really need blue on Nemesis. She's wildly mana hungry. Like, to an unreal extent for some reason.
careful left. On my way.
There's no running from me.
Attack.
But if I can stop him from getting blue for now at least, we should be about even XP.
One strike is all I need.
Well done.
You are fabuloso. Attack.
Let's settle this with style.
I was really going for that one auto as well. Should have finished him off.
Enemy have returned to base.
One strike is all I need.
Be careful right.
Let's just back.
Your right tower.
Enemy missing
is under
point.
attack. Be careful middle. Be careful left. Be careful left. Enemy missing middle.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Ha! There's no running from me.
Be careful left.
Judgment is my domain. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Attack left, ladies and gentlemen. Ally has been slain.
Man, that was such a badly timed ult from him, in my case, because then I couldn't ult the Odin that jumped in.
Enemies in right lane.
No trouble. Well done.
Your right tower is under attack.
There's no running.
Because I wanted Odin to go in and look for the 2v1, but if I get Fenrir ulted and I just die in his mouth, I can't really fight back. I can't even really shell to get out.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
He did catch me mid-dash as well, which is really unfortunate.
Attack middle lane.
I got greedy.
Enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Be careful left.
Enemy left.
There's no running from me.
And he has devils now, that really sucks.
Defend middle lane. Building
Yeah, fuck it.
Yes.
I want to secure my backs first, otherwise he might just get them. With him having a full item, I don't think I can really do anything about that.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Probably just gonna take the wave first and then go for my backs.
Amigo. Gank right lane.
There's no running from me. My style.
Be careful middle.
We're pretty lucky right now that Odin isn't just trying to fight us on every blue buff.
Nowhere to run.
Because he's so fed, I don't think we could deal with him.
Your right tower is under attack.
Ha! One strike is all I need. Enemy missing right.
Ultimate is ready. Attack.
There's no running from me.
Should be okay once I have some protection, to be honest. Right now it might be tough.
Let's settle this with style. My style. Let me tip the scales. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Gank left lane.
It's lights out for you. Ha! Judgment. There's no running from me.
Don't really think an ult was needed. All you had to do was hit one chain.
Be careful middle. Treatment range shall wash them away.
But better safe than sorry, I suppose. If he doesn't have ult, he can't really get out of the Ares ult, so he did go Sunder.
Attack.
Nowhere to run. Scales.
Move like a jaguar.
Enemy ultimate down.
I'll stick around. If Odin's still here, then okay, some those.
Be right back. Be careful. Enemy missing.
Because if they want to dive me with my ult up, I think I have the advantage
Enemy
with Odin ult being down.
Judgment is my domain.
Attack the Gold Fury. Enemies have returned to base. Attack the Gold Fury.
Yes.
Let's settle this with style. My style.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Enemy missing. Be careful right.
One strike is all I need.
On my way.
Retreat.
Enemy ultimate down.
Enemy spotted.
Your left tower. Be careful right.
There's no running from
Attack
me.
Fire giant. The pyro has arrived. Attack the fire
Enemies in
giant.
left lane.
Attack.
On my way.
Help! Attack middle lane. Ultimate is down.
Let's settle this with style.
Your middle
My
tower is
style.
under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Help!
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Always fall.
Under attack. You got thunderstruck.
One strike is all I need.
The rain shall wash them away. Your
That worked out pretty well for us.
under attack.
Farewell.
There's no running from me.
Your right tower is under attack.
Now, I'm trying Mystical Mail here over Regrowth. Because yeah, last time I did this I went regrowth, which felt pretty good, but I want to try this as well.
Settle this. Judgment is my domain. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Enemy missing.
He is getting punished for going Sunder, which is good. Ares is just completely gonna counter him this game. He has to ult or he just dies. It's good to see.
An enemy has been slain.
Let me hit the scales. My style. There's no running from me.
Oh, he's the wrong team, I am sorry. The range shall wash them away. Okay.
Judgment is my domain. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Enemy ultimate down.
Enemy ultimate down.
One strike is all I need.
Enemy missing.
Ha! Let's settle this with style. My style.
It's also a pretty easy matchup, because I can just counter brutalize with my 3.
Gank middle lane.
There's no running from me.
Enemy missing left.
Ultimate is ready. I'll attack middle lane.
Gank left lane.
Enemy has been
Nowhere to
slain.
run. Nowhere to hide.
Ooh, an ally.
Spotted. Spotted.
The ultimate.
It's lights out for you. There's no running from me.
Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Poof. Thank God my ult still has the slow on it. I thought Fenrir was gonna cook me there.
Attack the Gold Fury. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Ha!
Attack. Enemy
Behind us. Be careful left.
Be careful.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. On my way.
I should be in a very good spot to fight now.
There's no running from
Range
me.
shall wash them away.
Behind us.
Ally has been slain.
One strike is all I need. Let me tip the scales.
Enemy has been slain. Attack the Gold Fury. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Let's get them now.
Nowhere to run.
They still feel really good on them. Since the shield counts as a heal.
There's no running from me.
Be careful. Retreat. 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 Attack left lane. No.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Attack left lane. Careful middle on my way.
There's no running from me.
Is under attack. Retreat middle
The
lane.
enemy
On
team
my
has
way.
destroyed the pyramid.
Oh, my your right tower is under attack.
Judgment is my domain. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. One strike is all I need. Always fall. There's no running from me.
Enemy has been slain.
Pain's just part of the aesthetic. Nowhere to run. Judgment is my domain. To the light of
Get
the
in the shaka! Get it?
Your team has destroyed a right enemy.
Going pretty well all of a sudden.
Careful. Enemy
Was looking a bit rocky in the beginning.
enemy ultimate down.
There's no running from me.
Hi.
Bye. Yeah.
Bye.
Don't miss me too much. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
I do have to be careful against Odin when my shell is down, though. I do not want to be stuck in the ring, because that ring just takes away my
My style.
ability to fight back, really, if my ult isn't going to be useful.
Enemy missing right.
Attack the Cold Fury.
Enemy spotted.
Oh, he's level 14. He has rotated a lot more than he probably should have.
Ready. Falling back. Retreat.
On my way.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
This is very deep.
Allies.
There's no running from me.
Double kill.
Balance. Let me take the scales. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. One strike is all I need.
Fabuloso.
Judgment is my domain. Lights out with me. There's no running from me.
No! If only my 3 came up in time.
Very, very scary.
I would have been great. I don't die then. Damn.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Yes. Hold the fire giant.
Attack.
Man, I want to finish my starter, but you never know what happens.
My way.
Might not hit level 20 for a while.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Probably gonna have to go Nemean. I'm gonna be pretty squishy to Kukulkan,
Your right
but right now he's behind, so I think that's okay.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
The rain shall wash them away. Group up.
There's no running from me. On my way.
Oh, 2 of them are getting low.
Balance zone. Let me tip the scales. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Awesome. Good game.
Ha!
Cancel that. Have
from me.
Your team has
Nowhere to
destroyed the
run.
gold
Nowhere to
fury.
hide.
Yes.
Oh, he was stopped.
There's no running from me.
Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack.
Nowhere
No,
to
man, we're still chasing him.
Nowhere to hide.
Enemy ultimate down. An enemy has been slain.
Let's settle this with style. My style.
Enemies incoming.
Ha!
Be careful.
Still would really want to finish my starter, actually.
Enemy missing. Attack.
Board the fire giant.
I should have had Contagion. That is another item that I forgot. Shit. Every time.
There's no running from me.
It's always one item that I forget.
Be careful. Wait.
Neiman isn't bad though. I do actually want Neiman for Jingwei, because I'm not gonna go Spectral.
On my way. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Trooper. The pirate enemy spotted has arrived. Rain shall wash them away. Attack.
Be careful.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Always fall. There's no running from me. Judgment is my domain. Enemy ultimate down. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales. Down it goes.
Destroy the middle.
There's no running from me.
Retreat. Enemies have returned. Retreat.
Set up
Enemies
a
have
here.
retreat.
Ha!
On my way. On my way.
One strike is all I need.
Enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack.
Yo, man.
Attack middle lane.
Attack middle lane.
Your team has destroyed the right tower. Middle enemy Phoenix.
Judgment is my domain.
Agni just fucking dashed in. God damn. We're lucky it even went as well as it did. That's crazy. I don't like the patch. I think it's alright. I'm having fun with it. I'm glad that you can actually play Frontlines again.
Has destroyed the fire giant.
But I mean, I don't like the soft reset, obviously, because it just makes the games worse, and they were already not really that great in the first place. But I think there's some cool items. Obviously, there's some balancing issues, but overall, I do think it actually is a pretty good patch.
Attack the gold fury.
What's the shoe item? It's regrowth. It is just shield the regrowth from Smite 1, basically. A few different stats, but the passive is the same kind of thing. Like when you get a heal, when you self heal, I guess you get movement speed.
Nowhere to hide.
Hey, I'm sorry for not talking too much, guys, in this match. This one is stressful, and I have to perform, otherwise I feel like we're losing the fights.
Thanks. Enemy middle.
There's no running from me.
My ult fucking didn't go off in time.
Defend the Titan!
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
Just dash, man. Dash away! Like he didn't have dash.
Your Titan is under attack.
That's game. Damn, that sucks. We threw that one so hard. With Agni dashing in the first time, and then with whatever just happened there. I fucked up in that fight too, though. I had my shell up. I don't know. I guess the owner ring just split us up to the point where we couldn't really fight back, because two of them were really low. That sucks, man. Still, Nemesis is still feeling really good with those items. All I ask is for some self-reflection. Agni should not be screaming at Izanami for throwing the game when he literally dashed into 4 people and threw the game off of that too. If he doesn't dash in, we just fall back and we get 2 Phoenixes for free, so his logic doesn't really make sense. We had gotten the 2 Phoenixes before he even dashed in, so there was no point in even dashing in. All that happened from that fight was we all died for it. And the only reason why we got 2 kills in that fight was because of me. So, I don't think the logic really stands. He didn't even admit to inting, which is fair. I mean, just own it. If you fuck up, man. But I don't want to hear that shit. You can't throw anything over at Isa for that. Isa wasn't the one who actually threw that last fight. I mean, sure, she probably shouldn't have fought. She should have just stayed back and defended. But, like, I honestly don't know how that fight went so bad. To be honest with you. Because I had Kokolkan on me, Jingwei was also on me. I think Agni just kind of got one shot by like being inside the Odin ring. And Jingwei, I guess. But outside of Agni, I have no idea how everyone else died. Though it did suck that I never got my ult off in that fight as well. I just got fucking knocked up by the Kukulkan ult and died during it. Yeah, I'm not dead anymore. It's a soft reset. So I'm back to 4K, which is essentially Obsidian, I believe. And now I'm just kind of stuck around 4K as I was last time as well. It's tough. It's been a bit better this time around though, because I have had someone to duo queue with. Solo queuing in these queues are pretty rough. Like in games like that, if I have someone else to rely on that I can play around, it makes it so much easier. A lot more enjoyable too. Ooh, that was... holy fuck, that was just a pit. Find it weird that regrowth heals you and you get movement speed. Has that always done that though? It's always like when you get a heal, you get movement speed type thing. I don't know why it heals as well though. Maybe that's what you're saying. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, I don't know why they added the heal to it. I do think that makes it a little too powerful. It seems unnecessary because you're already healing, usually. So you just get even more healing. It is strange, I agree with you. Because what is it, 5% extra healing for kind of no reason? It is pretty unnecessary, I would say. I think they should just remove that part of it. Oh, it's all movement speed gain as well? Yeah, okay, that is weird. It shouldn't be all movement speed. It should maybe just, if they want to give it that effect, at least only have it be on the item itself. Because otherwise you, like... Yeah, I mean, that makes it pretty weird. There is very little movement speed related items in the game in the first place. Or just items. Not just items, I guess just movement speed as a whole, I would say. So I guess it's not that easy to proc, but I do agree with you. That it doesn't really add in or fit in that well. This is a nice game though. What the fuck are we against? It's pretty early too. I think even speed buff gives it. Yeah, I mean, I guess if it's only when you leave the fountain, that it won't really matter, right? That just seems... That's just whatever, right? That will very, very rarely be a good thing for you. Or help you out in any way. Think someone's on my stream? Oh, that sucks. Who is it? Does someone know? Who's the snitch? Tragic. No, I'm too fast for this. Shit. Who are you? Why did you dodge? Well, I guess I know why, but... You gotta give me this one, man. I can't keep losing. Let me keep my good lobbies. Ow. I'm just taking all the damage here. Fucking hell. That's unfortunate. Now I'm gonna be against Vives and the whole squad, and I won't be dodging, so I'm ready. It's gonna be a repeat of the last game. We're gonna win super hard during the mid game, and we're gonna throw it. We're gonna throw it because we have less teamwork. That's gonna be the case. I've had way too many games like that after the soft reset. Like winning really, really hard during the mid game, and somehow my team ints, or I int, or something happens like that. And we just get too overconfident and fucking throw the game. I'm getting fucking tired of it. Just stomp me already then. Just stomp. I don't even need to run anymore. Now my queue is long too. How shit. Do I hate this penis rock map? Go away. I'm way too fast to not just get hit by all of them. Yo, did you guys get a queue? Or am I just fucking stuck here? Suddenly the queue was just fucking long as shit. Even the other one was faster. I actually expected the soft reset to give me faster queues, since everyone is kind of around the same. But I don't know, maybe the duo queues, assuming that there's a lot of duo queues, maybe they're fucking up the matchmaking in some way, making it take longer, but... It definitely feels like there is a pretty long queue, for the most part. Still an 8-minute queue? Damn. Oh my fucking god, I got tapped out. Get me up. Playing haste and getting tapped out. Name a more iconic duo on my stream. Low Sarky? Oh shit. Every time, dude, I look over at chat and the fucking goal shows up. Fuck. I can make it. I'm fast enough. Thank God. But Mino, is that also at 4K or is that below 4K? I would imagine that it would be most popular around 4K, since you know the big passionate people were probably above 4K, for the most part. So I just really expected some fast queues in the beginning of this soft reset, but it really just hasn't. It could also just be the time that I'm playing in the beginning. Who knows? It is a Friday at like where a lot of people would probably be at work or at school, so I suppose it makes sense. Below 4K, fair enough. Yeah, I don't know how popular in general, like the early, I should say like lower leveled ranked is. Like from 0 to 3K, like in that frame, I'm not really sure how like many games are actually going, because I really can't imagine it being that many either, with my Toots current player numbers. Okay, at least I don't have a super oppressive team comp here, like what I've met last time when I was playing mid. I'll do wrong. I want the option to stay out of the fight and help from a distance, because I don't know if I want to go in. They have an annoying ass comp for me. Ow. Sobek Chalk is a rough front line for me as well, so I have to. I don't even think it matters what I pick. I think the best thing I maybe could have picked was Scylla, in terms of survivability. But yeah. Ow, ow, fuck. We can queue against Sarky after this one if you're interested. Oh, I always appreciate having a jungler with hands on my team. I mean, how, dude? This is one of the best cases of you need beats Aegis as a mid laner here. If I don't have beats, I get plucked and I die no matter what. If I don't have Aegis, I'm gonna get Kraken and Chuggled to death. How am I supposed to survive any of these fights? Like, I have to go beats, because the plug is the most scary thing going into late game. But, my god. This happens every time. You can beat the Kraken, I know you can, it's just, if I'm still in the middle of it, being, you know, who knows, slowed or whatever, you know, I won't be able to get out in time, even if I beats, then I will still take that damage, and that damage is not something I can take later on. Yeah.
I shall take them all.
Ult the plug. I will do that sometimes, if I have to. But I would like to save my ult for damage, you know. Hopefully I won't be in a position where I'm pluggable very often. It's gonna happen a few times though, I would imagine.
Minions have spawned.
I haven't seen Kali in a while though, even when she's open. But I also think people are overestimating Kali just a little bit these days. I don't think she's bannable anymore. Like, she's gonna be good if you put her into someone who's obviously good at playing her, but I think she's been nerfed enough, not to mention the meta has changed enough for her to not be broken anymore. I actually missed one creep. That's fucking tragic.
Come closer if you dare.
Should have beamed first.
Come closer if you dare. A big power.
Ally has been slain.
Well, that sucked.
Enemy has been slain.
Curses upon you.
Poseidon Aegis.
Come closer upon you. Your right tower is under attack.
Take an early Aegis. But he has Aegis, man. Dude, he's so easy to kill for Herc. Like Herc, Yemoja, he can't even get out at like anything, really. Just CC him to death so easily.
Come closer if you dare.
I didn't even see he get pulled, to be honest. That's kind of on my fault there. He just fucking disappeared on my screen because the Kraken was in the way. Because I was looking for the plug so I could snipe.
Take this jungle buff. Enemy missing middle. A big power. Thanks. Gaze upon your doom. Your left tower is under attack. Come closer if you dare. You're dead. Enemy missing left. I'll attack right lane.
Attack!
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Enemies in right camp. Be careful.
The rain shall wash them away.
You rock!
Yoink!
Gold Fury!
Your middle tower is under attack. Gaze upon your doom.
On my way.
Oh, stand there for secure.
Your middle tower is under attack. If you dare. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
So we just jump behind you guys.
Your no run.
No problem.
I'm falling behind in XP now, though, because I'm just losing fucking waves and pawn waves. Probably shouldn't have stayed for Sobek, to be honest, but I think getting the dual lane ahead is important.
Your middle tower is under attack. Yeah, damn. Come closer if you dare.
I will ward.
Shit, yeah, he just took everything. Smart.
Gaze upon your
Enemies in right lane.
Until we meet again.
Your left tower
Be
is
right
under
back.
attack.
Enemies in
That
right lane.
is unfortunate.
Come closer if you dare. Be careful, right?
Completed.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Yeah, death draws near. Come closer if you dare.
That's so unfortunate.
I'll attack the middle.
It cannot be helped.
Ah, I fucked up too. I wasn't ready for the Herc 1, so I just fucking missed my beam on both. They should have honestly both died to that beam.
Come closer if you
So,
dare.
whoops.
Help.
A beacon.
Ow.
Gank right lane. Attack.
I'm being greedy.
Come closer if you dare.
The rain shall wash them away.
Nice job.
Hello, Wheelix.
A beacon.
Good to see you. Should I go Vital Lamp? I will not go... Oh, fucking hell.
Lane.
Didn't see the small one. I will definitely not go Vital Lamp, I can tell you that much.
Your middle tower is under attack. Come closer if you dare. Thanks.
I expected the plug, so I just pre-beached, because I didn't even want to get the single stun out of that plug. So... But now I beached, so... Now I'm in trouble, potentially. I did try Vital Lamp Ra solo, and it felt like shit, but I was also against the Bologna, so... I think it's gonna feel a lot better if I'm against someone who doesn't also buy Vital Lamp. Because he did the same thing, he just rushed Vital Lamp and I could not fight him at all. I imagine it's the same kind of mindset that, you know, if you're meeting a Modred, but you're playing Ymir and he has Mystical Mail, but you also have Mystical Mail, then generally you're gonna do worse just because he uses it better than you do. Type of mindset.
Gank. If you dare. Enemy ultimate down. Retreat.
Ultimate down.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Ultimate is ready. Yeah, death draws.
Dragon down.
Curses.
I'll attack middle lane.
Ultimate is ready.
I forgot my beats were down already. I just fucking face tanked it. But at least I know how much damage it does now.
is under attack.
Return to base.
I'll attack middle lane. Enemy missing.
A beacon of power.
Attack the Gold Fury. Water's Halo.
Enemy has been slain. Wash them away.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Be careful, middle. I'll attack right lane.
I'll figure out.
Trying to help the person. Enemy missing. Attack the Gold Fury. Ultimate is ready. Curse is upon you. A beacon of power. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Hello, Blue Knight. Good to see you.
Come closer if you dare. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, tragic.
With a tough kill pose. Ult in 3.
Gank.
Move like a jaguar.
Okay.
You got cooked. What now? I'll go just go straight into Nibble Ring. Back to looking at while at work. Hope the game's been good. Yeah, I've done one so far. It went well for me, but I still don't win up throwing late game, so but it happens. Not much to do about it. This one is the first stomp that I've been a part of in a little while, so feels good.
Up for him.
Yield to its flow.
Enemies in left lane.
Be careful, right.
Careful middle.
That's game.
Attack middle lane.
Half of here.
Damn, didn't expect that.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy.
We flew too close to the sun, I guess.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
I don't think they get anything for it. They might try and go fire. But I mean, that's a big motor they have to go through to get fire.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemies of the Fire Giant.
On my way.
I don't have fucking TP. What a shit time not to have TP.
Come closer.
Yeah, get in.
Gank, gank, gank.
Fuck. Well, we still got it, so
Enemy has been slain.
well done.
Enemy spotted. Come closer if you dare. Yeah, damn.
Rain, wash them away.
Was a well played call from them though. If they secure that, I don't think they just instantly started winning, but it will at least give them a second chance. But we're very far ahead.
Attack the Gold Fury.
But yeah, the fact that we do get fire is real bad for them.
Come closer if you dare. Beat tower. Curse is upon you. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Come closer if you dare.
On my way.
Your left tower is under attack.
Don't think I need to ult this.
Your left tower enemies under attack.
It would have been more fun ulting it though.
Come closer if you dare.
Rip. I was scratching my nose, man. I wasn't prepared.
Enemy missing right. Enemy ultimate down.
Both Kalian on her ultim.
Attack right lane.
That is my bad. Tanks aren't really that tanky yet, but I might have to go for a item eventually. Huge much ult.
Enemy has been slain.
I like Wildstone, man. I want to do Wildstone. I just want to snipe.
Attack left lane. Attack left.
I did fuck up the instant snipe on the Jade Scepter though. I gotta practice it. For some reason I thought that was the right moment to practice it.
They hit like a baby.
But hey, gotta start somewhere.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Come closer if you
Fuck. I'll get it eventually, man. I'll get it eventually. not flicking my wrist well enough.
Come closer, if you dare. Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Enemy spotted. Enemy
I'll
spotted.
attack middle lane.
Gaze upon your
Boys, behind us, man. I think they win anyway, but it's just really silly. We're just kind of going in mindlessly. While I'm just getting hammered by an honor from behind. My snipe also only went for a so big in that.
Yield to its flow.
Only hitting so big with my snipe is pretty rough. It is just kind of a comp diff though. Like we just have these two, like Herc and Mordred, tank monsters running around, building the correct items. Except there is no Sanguine on Mordred here, which is interesting, but...
Victory.
Oh yeah. Can invite me, Sarky. Man, I wanted to snipe more. But I was not allowed. Maybe make sure that I also accept all these invites that I actually play with here and there. Do I? Let me know if this is one of you boys in the chat as well. I'll accept, but for now I haven't seen the names in my games for a while. Carry build was not it for that comp. I didn't see it. They should just go strength, ability strength build. I do think Int Kali would... Well, I mean, to be fair, actually, I don't really think it was the build being the issue. Because I don't, like, not a single time in my whole laning phase was Kali jumping me. Like, if I get Kali jumped, multiple times during this match was my beats forced. If Kali jumps me and stunts me into a Kraken, I'm dead. Like, what can I do about it? So, she didn't charge a gank me a single time. Yeah, I think our comp was just really, it was just better as well. But I do think if you had a Sobek as well as a Chuck playing it, like, correctly, I should say, then I think we would have had a lot more issues than we did. That one was just a classic soft reset problem. Because our team was basically filled with people who were like 5k plus, and yours was not. It's just the sad part about soft resets. Or just resets in general. Yeah, Kali, it definitely felt like you guys are right. It did feel like both Chuck and Kali weren't really doing much that game. Like I mentioned it as well, against your comp, like I'm pretty sure I die every single fight, no matter what happens. But I mean, I kind of did anyway. But that's because we were out of position, and it was always you being on me. I always got fucking impaled from behind. It's those jungle genes coming out. I was just kind of baited though. Vivi has definitely baited me every single time. And nearly left me. Literally trapped me in a cage with a lion when I'm a bird. What do you want me to do? I'm actually just fodder. Yeah, Jade Scepter is really good. It's just stupid. It shouldn't exist. Like we're giving self peel to gods that shouldn't have self peel. Right? Imagine Thoth with this bullshit. It's gonna be so boring, man. I hope this item has been removed by the time Thoth comes out. Because it's not gonna be fun, man. It's gonna be the shittiest thing to deal with. Finally, you catch up to this motherfucker and you just fucking Jade Scepters you away. And then snipe you in the face for 2k. Can't wait. Have an idea? What is it, Vivas? I'm listening. I'm intrigued. Is Thoth coming? Not as far as I know, anytime soon. But I imagine he's gonna come sooner rather than later, because he was one of the more popular mages. But no, Giannis is next. And honestly, even worse. I didn't even think about that. Giannis with Jade Scepter? Fuck. Dude, he's so hard to catch in the first place. I don't want to rant again, because I did it yesterday. About Giannis and how stupid he is to fight. Because he's just gonna come back in and out all the fucking time. And now finally when you catch him, he's gonna Jade Scepter you away and then portal away anyway. So what the fuck is even gonna be the point, dude? You're never gonna kill him. So, okay, I don't want to rant again though. No, I get it, VBS. I'm just messing around for the most part. We were out of position though. We were just with 3 people in the jungle when we didn't have the rest of our team with us, and then you know, we were in a position where we allowed the ADC to come from behind us. You know, then I would generally say we're out of position, but because we're so far ahead, like it doesn't really matter all that much. And I'm not the main issue anyway. Like even if I die, there is still a Hercules, a Mordred, and a Yemoja completely destroying their backline. So I mean, it didn't really matter overall, but. I was there to just try and follow up on your ults, but then they shelled, and all I hit was Sobek, and yeah, then I got cooked. I literally just died in a second. I got impaled to the wall and one shot because of Lunibo. That's what happened that fight. I was full HP at the time. So, yeah. I got my snipe off though, not that it matters because it was on Sobek. Still, did like 600 damage. But that's all I could do before I ultimately got roasted. Oh, fuck. Also, Sarky, did you purposefully go ADC that game? Were you not top pick? Keep getting tipped out. Fuck. Dude. I'm really just hitting everything on my way here. I'll fly for a while. West Bronze team was top elo. Interesting. Was that the Kali who was top elo? That's interesting. I don't think I recognized the name at all. So that person might have just been 4K in general, and then maybe got a few easy wins here during the soft reset, and then I don't know. Actually, no, that doesn't really make sense. We'll see if that person pops up again. Maybe they're just bad on Kali. I don't know. I'm trying to justify it, but I'll give him the benefit of the doubt this once. I can only believe that someone is shit if I see them being shit twice in a row. 60k damage Kali. It is, yeah, it wasn't great. Don't forget to pick something, Sarky. We don't want any dodges here. Okay, well, if you're actually doing the Apollo, maybe this time I go Merc, because otherwise I'm not going to be able to try the Merc shit that I want to try. So I'll do it. I'll be the Merc.
Your god.
You get Sobek solo? Yeah, but I don't want to play Sobek. Sobek is boring. That's the issue with Sobek, is that he's really boring. And it's okay. I'm Mercury, so I basically work like a Sobek anyway. It's fine. I can pull people. Laning will probably be a bit rough, though. Depending on what I'm against, anyway. If it's Guan, maybe it's gonna be okay, actually. That shouldn't be too bad. I at least have some way of interrupting his 3. Hello, because me. Good to see you. There's so many fucking bombs on this map. Fuck. Probably a beats game, despite me being Merc here.
Why, hello, subjects.
They do have a lot of CC. I don't want to get stuck in like a Kern ult, or a Cernos ult and Kipri ones and shit.
That lasts me like 2 seconds.
Oh, the game so far? So far is a 1-1 in terms of win-loss, and I've had some decent fun today. Played Nem, and then I played Ramid, which was less fun, but yeah. I don't like carries right now. You're just getting run down.
Stand back. I can handle this.
Though I think that's mostly mages. I think mages feel way worse than ADCs. At least I feel like with ADCs, when going crit, you have a chance of fighting back. And ADCs tend to have a lot more self-peel than mages do. Like Apollo, Jingwei, on her, like gods like that have a lot more tools to play with, to get away with. Mages just don't yet. It's fine. You can blink out a bit, surely.
An enemy has returned.
Yeah, I do think soul laners are definitely overtuned. I was just comparing ADCs versus mages. Like when I play mid, I feel like my chance of fighting back against a warrior or a frontline going on me is so low compared to like an ADC. You actually feel like you're doing damage to them. As a mage, you throw your abilities out, and then okay, they're maybe like 70 or 60% HP, and you die. You've thrown everything out. You have to play potentially something like Ra, where you have your 2, so that you have a consistent damage output. But no, like not a lot of mages have that. Also, why the fuck are we double? Just can we wake up, boys? They had a DC. Arbari is sitting in base.
Okay.
Quite outstanding.
Quite outstanding. Oh shit, I don't know if my one is instant cast or not. It shouldn't be. Yeah, it's not.
Take this jungle buff.
Out of my way. And you do out of my way.
Got him. Bellona is a must ban for me. I can see it. I don't think she is for me. Not anymore, at least, after seeing how a lot of other gods can do this exact same thing as her. It just feels like you gotta choose, like a... It's either like, it's a shit on shit situation. Like, you just gotta choose. What do you not want to meet the least? Because I think if you meet Nemesis on someone who knows how to play it right now, Nemesis with Aspect is fucking impossible to deal with. It's so fucking hard to deal with. You build the usual tanky bullshit items on top of like the aspect and the tools that she has in that fucking aspect. It's so hard to deal with, man. Damn. Damage.
Nice job.
I feel like the sleeper pick that people aren't doing as much right now is Thanatos. Aspect Thana with the items right now, like, every game I've had it, it feels borderline broken. If I was a huge Thana nerd, I would just spam that. But I'm not. It is fun, though. Oh, I wish I got 5. Oh, I missed it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way.
On my way.
Range should wash them away.
You there? Yes. You. Good work.
Out of my way.
Enemy missing middle. Your middle tower is under attack.
His blue is still up.
Enemy missing middle. Be careful.
Out of mana.
Nah, I guess we shouldn't then. Right, let's just back. This will help the wave clear a lot.
New toy, so excited.
Yeah, Nem really benefited from the aspect, like having, like not being affected by anti-healing. And I think it's a pretty funny buff they gave it, considering it now there's just not really an anti-healing. Damn it. I think that would have killed.
Enemy spotted.
On my way.
Yes.
Enemy has been slain.
Fudge.
Ally has been slain.
Attack the gold fury.
Ultimate is
Fudge. Damn you, instant Guan dash.
Attack the gold fury.
yes. Attack. Enemies have returned. Careful.
Enemy ultimate down. Made this display like a master's touch.
I'm being greedy. I could just take all this farm, but I keep trying to get the kill. I will tell you this though. I understand people being unhappy with
Right tower is
a lot of the balancing currently, but that's also not their focus, right? They're focusing on releasing gods.
going to need it.
And that is the correct choice. Like, they can focus on balancing once Smite 2 is in a good state. Right now, they just gotta pump out some gods. That's the main priority.
Enemy missing middle.
If that was competitive, then yeah, that would be huge problems and like uproars about broken shit, you know. But
Ultimate is down.
ultimately, right now, it doesn't matter as much. Right now, I think the most important thing is that the game is fun.
Enemy has been slain.
And I guess it's a bit mixed on this patch.
Ends.
I heard that Nika is very happy with this patch, so I mean that's good. That some people at least are happy with it. I'm kind of impartial. To me, it's okay.
Enemy missing left. Be careful.
I called that a little too late.
There's no time for sympathy. Not here, not ever.
Like, I see some fun things in it, but I obviously want some things to be a bit more balanced. But, I mean, I don't think I can deny my feelings either, because this is the only patch... this patch literally has made me stream every day so far this week. Granted, I will not be able to tomorrow, but I have been able... I've streamed every day, man. I don't think I can really say too much bad shit about this patch.
Wash them away. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy missing middle. Ally has been slain.
Keeping my ult. It hurts.
Can't catch me. Your left tower is under attack.
Fucking hell, dude. I didn't even see they had knees. I just hoped they wouldn't kill me. It's not like I had any choice. Man.
Your left tower.
Greed got the best of me. And I only need 100 gold. I'm not gonna TP because I'm just gonna insta back anyway.
Left tower is under
Maybe I just take a back camp. I want to finish this mystical mail. What exactly do people feel like is overtuned? Some of the items are really broken. The combination of items as well, like combine Mystical Mail with Sanguine Lash. You have passive yellow damage just going out at all times, doing way too much damage. You have items like Contagion, which has been nerfed a little bit. I don't know if that's considered balanced now, but it's still very strong. So it's just a lot of tank items. In combination with all of them being powerful, it's just a little too powerful. You just have so many tools to work with all of a sudden.
ultimate is down.
Okay.
Enemy spotted.
Huh? What? I feel like I just got bamboozled. What the fuck was that?
Good work.
Neath, hold on.
Enemy missing. The pyromancer has arrived.
But almost changed the course of the fight. Are we being cooked?
Be careful.
No, we're not being cooked, but...
Your middle tower is under attack. Be careful, please.
It's also that almost every soul laner can build all of the new OP items like Devos as well. So they would just start Devos and then go into all the OP tank items, and all of a sudden you have so much extra power while you also have you're super tanky and all the yellow damage. They just used all the items way too well. It wasn't even just soul laners. Like some junglers like Fenrir, Nemesis could also just use them extremely well.
Wash them away.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy has been slain.
Okay. Neath ult down again. We haven't Neath ulted the fucking cooldown this game. Ah, he's zoning now? Okay, dude. Let's at least make sure that he's not zoning with this huge wave anymore. Or I can just take his blues up. It's not.
In range, wash them away.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Attack fire giant.
Destroyed the pyromancer.
Let's finish this. Let me check. This isn't my build either. It is Final Case. I wanted to try. I wanted to try something that works first, and if I don't like something, I can always change it. Next up, it will be Contagion. Yeah, I mean, you can see it right here as well. As a good example of what you would just build on basically anyone to make them work is just this build. Sometimes if you have a heal, or generally if you have a heal, you would go for regrowth first instead of mystical mail, but then you just still follow this build. Now I don't want to heal on Merc obviously, so I can't really use it for anything, but if you can use that item, you should. Super powerful too.
Incoming!
Probably could have done it if we all went in at the same time, but we weren't really on the same page there.
Enemy has been slain. Rain shall wash them away.
Bop.
My horrific.
Cut like a master's edge.
Yes, Sunder. Kepri is here and he has Sunder as well. I'm gonna try and grip him away, so just time it.
Destroyed the fire tower. Completed.
An enemy has been slain. No. The rain shall wash them away.
Go there. Yes.
I am the flawless design.
Your left tower is under attack.
Your mic is very quiet, by the way. I can barely hear it. Hi, Jorah.
Ultimate is ready. Destroy the left enemy tower.
Attack the gold fury.
On my way.
On my way.
I'm glad they kept his jump.
Ultimate is ready.
Help right lane.
Display.
Attack middle lane. No
Your Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Completed.
We need to group.
Enemy ultimate down.
Going down. Your team has destroyed the gold
A
fury.
radiant display.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Dude, am I not a tank? How are they one-shotting me like that? The fuck, man? Didn't expect that. Okay, good to know, I guess. I think this is where I diverge, because Final K wants Pretty Win next. I'm not sure I like that.
Your left tower is
It's in this matchup and they have 2 ADCs, I'm definitely just gonna go Nemean. Instead. And maybe I'll go for Pretty Win last. Alright, for now I just gotta farm. Like, Susano is still a level ahead of me as well. I've been running around too much since we got fire.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Gotta try and get 20.
Enemy has been slain.
Against Susana gank mnie jednej dziuzul.
That guy's still so quiet, I have no idea what he's saying.
Be careful. Enemy spotted.
Need 20 before fire.
One of these, one of those.
On my way.
On my way. Attack fire giant. Enemies in right lane.
Destroyed the fire giant.
I don't know about the Boreal on fire, but guess whatever works.
Right back.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Get the Phoenix, boys. Get the Phoenix. Capriole down. God damn that Capriole, man.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy has been slain.
There's some cooldown would definitely be nice. Mercury does have some pretty hefty cooldowns. All cooldown isn't that bad though.
Ultimate is ready.
On my way.
Just get there fast.
The rain shall wash them away.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy Phoenix.
Like a monster
Give
snake.
sacrifice to my shrine.
Yeah, I think the Mercury tank was a bit harder to pull off once teamfighting begins if they're all like clumped up. But it is fun. Because they can go on me pretty easily and just peel me off like they did. Granted, we're obviously just getting Phoenixes and shit for free, but once you dash in and use that CC, you don't really have any way out. It's just stand and fight. Shield of Regal is very broken, yeah. It definitely is. It's nasty. I just don't think I will ever understand the logic behind adding Sash to the game. Excuse me, goddamn. It's just better mystical mail. You made the same item again, but it's way more broken. It's weird. Because now it just has an active on top of it that you can just use whenever you feel like it. I'm losing my voice. I'm giving up. Had 2k less everything than Guan Yu. War Banner, I do believe they fixed the bug on it too. It was healing too much or some shit. But I guess it still heals pretty well. Q got bugged. Let me know if it's still bugged, Sarky. I will relog as well. I'm assuming that it is. I will just restart my game then. Well, let's see if this works. Interesting. Let me just close my game then. And hope that that fixes it. Because I was never in queue. So that was a bit weird. Let's see if I can get back in then. Oh. Good old update. Let's do that. What are you patching? Alright, sorry guys. I don't know why my game decides to update now. It's at 5%. Fucking hell. But where am I? Where am I going? Probably a little hotfix. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it just decides that it's time to, like, it's just time to load something for some reason. I really don't know what it is. It does it sometimes when I close the game. 20%. It's pretty fucking slow. I don't know what it is, but I don't think it's correct. I think it's just a weird smite problem. There's no new patch. From what we know of, at least. Whoops. Yeah, I'm assuming mine is downloading it slow because I'm streaming. But well, that shouldn't even affect it. I don't know why it actually is slow. But I have tried crashing sometimes, and then it does this shit where it's loading files or something. I have no idea what it actually does. I'm not a developer, but it doesn't make any sense to me. Mine took like 3 seconds. Okay, because I have good internet. I have 1K 500. You know, it's should be good enough to download very small things in seconds. And like fully downloading Smite takes like fucking 15 minutes. When I had to reinstall Smite, it didn't take very long. But for some reason, the small updates or like reloading of files or whatever the fuck it is it's doing takes fucking forever. It takes literal minutes for barely anything. It just doesn't seem right. It's at 55 now. There's my 2 on an M2 SSD. I don't actually. Maybe I should reinstall it on my better. I do have a new one actually that I got recently that I'm downloading all my new games on. Maybe I should swap to that one. Do those glasses help a lot with eye strain? Yes, they do. I can literally go from having strained eyes to not feeling it at all once I put them on. I don't always use them, but I do have sensitive eyes to. Well, I guess it's mostly when it's getting dark, and it is pretty dark today because it's cloudy, so it gets kind of dark in my room, despite the light. I don't have any frontal light, so I suppose that's maybe the reason. So I only get the screen lighting. That strains my eyes sometimes. But yeah, I mean, I heavily recommend the like what do we call these types of glasses? Like blue light glasses? It definitely helps me. And no, I cannot recommend the ones I have because they're old as fuck. And I'm pretty sure I just got them for free from like a sponsorship with TSM or something like that. They're like really they are that old. They're really old. They make everything look yellowish though. A little bit, yes, but when you get used to it, you don't really recognize it. Like I'm still seeing like this is still pink, this is still green on the outside, it's still orange in the middle, and this is purple. Like you're still seeing the colors, you know. But yes, there's like a slight like yellow tint to everything. But it's very easy to get used to. Like everything else, especially when it comes to glasses. Like your eyes adjust very quickly. And I mean, to be fair, if you have some kind of eye strain problem, I think you should just suck it up. If that's like a problem, because it helps me a lot, and you don't want bad eyes when you get older, you know. All right, 95%. Let's go, Smite. Almost there. You can turn on nightlight for same effect, pretty sure. The problem is when everything is too bright, like if I look straight on my light over in the corner, I can feel my eye strain. So it's just if it's too bright in general. Like I have to wear like sunglasses if the sun is out because I just feel my eyes like they just get strained. It kind of hurts. I haven't been tested for anything specific, so I don't exactly know what it is, but I know how to fix it. And it's not like I see bad. Like my eyesight is just fine. I'm long-sighted, so. Alright. I'm opening Smite. Aren't you queuing? I am, but that was an update once I closed my game because my queue bugged. And yeah, there we go. You're gonna vibe me now, Sarky. Yeah. I got a weird update thing. And it took a while to download. I had no update. Yeah, I don't think there is an update. It's just a weird, like, file loading issue I think Smite has sometimes. Like, I've had it happen when I crash sometimes as well. It just suddenly feels like now it's time to download some files for some fucking reason. Let's just re-download shit. But why, Smite? Why are you doing this? Just fuck you, I guess. I've literally had it happen in scrims as well. Pretty recently, when I was scrimming. For like, what was it, Smite Night Live, or whatever it was called? It was like a fun little Smite thing. Tournament-esque thing that was going on. I had a team for that. When we were scrimming, or playing those games, sometimes that shit would happen. So someone crashes just once, and they have to download those stupid files. It seems to be pretty rare, though. Doesn't happen that often to me anymore. Smite Night League, yeah, there it is. So anyway, I tried Mercury now. I do have a little list of things I thought about, because otherwise I would just forget. I think I'm actually kind of through all of them now. Merc might have been the last one I wanted to try. I could try a Mulan game, but I don't know. I'm not really feeling the Mulan at all. I think she needs a buff in some way. I think she's so boring to play as she is right now. I might try Thor. Thor, I think, would be good with it. Or I think I don't think there's zero chance that he's not good with it. Like a tank Thor still has a lot of utility. Maybe try it on Wukong as well. But strength Wukong feels like ass. So I don't know if I want to do that. Mulan would generally be better instantly if her 3 animation went off by 25% faster. Maybe, but I also don't want her 3 to be too powerful. But you could be right. It does feel very slow. Maybe now with Devos it's better. I don't think so. Even with Serrated, Wukong felt pretty fucking bad with strength. And Serrated was way better once you finished it, and it still felt like shit on him, compared to everyone else. I just think Wukong isn't tuned very well on the strength parts of him. Not to mention, you don't get a big pole when you go strength. Then what's the point, if you can't grow the pole? Why am I even playing Wukong then? Like, Int Wukong is still good though. I could just play Int Wukong. I think what Mulan needs is a slight buff on the damage on her 2, and some kind of smooth buff in some kind of way to her 3. That's what I think she needs. I think her 1 is completely fine. I think her ult is completely fine. but her 2 feels like it is way less damage than it did in Smite 1, and her 3 just feels like shit, I think. There's just something weird about it. It feels clunky and slow on the 3. Needs a buff on cooldowns? Maybe she does now because a lot of other gods got buffs on cooldowns, but what are her base cooldowns? I don't think they were that bad. Shit, I don't think I have time. Let me check. No. Okay. I don't know what her base cooldowns are, but maybe that's also a problem. I don't know. Maybe Mulan just needs to not be rooted while 3ing. I think that could also be a nice smooth thing for her. If she wasn't rooted in her 3, I did think about it. Kind of like a Ymir 2 type of thing, where even if you don't necessarily move that much, at least you're moving a little bit. I think that could be kind of nice, but I also think it's a bit clunky because you're sticking to someone while moving. I'm not sure how that would have fit in. Yeah, it's moving until the 3 hits. I just mean, like, in terms of the programming of the ability itself, if something is shooting out and you're still moving while doing that, I'm not sure how that would fit. You know, it's like Sylvanas 3. Like, if you can pluck in Sylvanas 3 while moving, I feel like, I don't know, it sounds like completely different programming. Have you played Chuck on the patch? I have, yeah. He feels very, very, very strong. Very, very good, that man. My Thor was taken. I'll play Herc then. Because funny enough, I haven't played Herc on this patch. So I'll do Herc. Of all the things in this patch that I just completely busted, Herc is probably one of them. And I haven't played it. So Herc it is. Especially now that someone took the Thor from me. I'm rebelling. Okay, that was an interaction. Don't think I've seen this haste biome. Yeah, it's pretty rare. Sometimes you meet like a black and white one. You see this one. You see a pink one. They pop up here and there. Ow. I fucking bonked. Oh my. Stop running into the rocks. It's generally not a good idea. I mean, it doesn't really matter how much I'm hitting, because I have so much healing at this point, but... that is looking like a Thor solo. is. Yeto, how dare you take my Thor? How dare you? I will do Devos. I'll do Devos. Other than 2 good old Smite 1 items, do you find any new items interesting? That's a good question. New items. I think Shield Splitter had potential. I just think that they nerfed it and or buffed it in the wrong ways until now at least. They gave it a bit more strength, which is cool. I think Shield Splitter is a pretty cool idea. This one, I love Helm of Darkness. I wish I could build it on strength characters. I need them to make it so it works like brawlers, right? So where it has, like, whatever is highest will be like either strength or int, right? But it's still very locked to int right now, so I wish I could build this on more characters. Was in your lobby? There you go. Oh, this last patch items. No, I don't think any of them are particularly, like, super cool outside of the ones coming back. I missed Regrowth. I fucking love Regrowth. But that's about it, I guess. Like, I think Lash is unoriginal and boring, to be real with you. Because it's just mystical mode, but way better. And I think that's a bit boring. And auto was missed. He's also regening a lot because of pots. But I mean, that is a good start. He does have Chalice as well, so. Creep diff, man. The creep diff was too strong. My 3 creeps were still hitting me. I got greedy. I thought I could finish him off with my 1. Overestimating her damage early on. Wow, that really sucks though. My mana, dude. Not having bluestone sucks. Oh, thank God. I would've been so pissed if I didn't get that.
Your right tower is under attack.
It is a bluestone diff, yeah. But that's okay. I made up for it at least.
Your left tower is under attack. right tower is under attack.
Hopefully I'm in range for the archers. Only in range for one of them. Good to know.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy has been slain. For honor. Be careful.
I might have to go chalice this game.
Wash them away.
Let's finish this shit. Hurt generally feels really nice once you get regrowth online. This item is just made for him, dude. It also has mana regen. It's perfect. Bluestone Herc, or like Warriors Herc, feels really bad early on, but it feels way better late game, I think.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing leg.
Ally has been slain. For honor.
Your right tower is under attack.
Probably shouldn't fight, honestly, until I finish some more items. It hurts too much.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Attack.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing leg.
Be careful, right. Ally has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted. Retreat. Enemies behind us. Enemy has been slain. Nice job.
Your right tower is under attack.
Of course, this split up the last second.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
There's only one champion.
Wash them away. For honor. For honor. For honor.
Tragic.
You move like a jack. My way. Save yourself my way.
No! Stupid wall, man. Shit.
Attack middle bar. Enemy
Enemy missing middle. On my way. On my way. Enemy has been slain.
One more wave. And we have it. The golden boots. Expected.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing leg. Be careful, right?
Thor might TP, boys. Be careful.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower.
The rain shall wash them away.
Retreat right lane. Please. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Contagion is fucking me up, dude. What the fuck is that damage? Dude, Contagion is not okay. You seeing how much damage I'm taking from this shit? What? What is happening, man? That item is fucking me up by itself.
Your left tower is under attack.
Jesus Christ. Bro, go in the creeps. Okay, I gotta play a bit better here, because I might need to step it up towards this late game. I'm not seeing good stuff from things over there.
Your left tower is under attack.
Dude, Contagion is just fucking wild. Nah, so this was already nerfed. Contagion does so much damage for literally no reason. Yeah, Contagion is stupid. Like, it's arguably the most broken item out of all these now. Well, it's by far just Sanguine and Contagion in a league of their own.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I should be okay once I rotate, but specifically into Thor in a 1v1 here, I don't think I can fight, because he went both Brawlers as well as Contagion, making it pretty much impossible for me to fight him.
Enemy missing middle. Retreat left lane.
I mean, I would have tanked, but you gotta tell me when you're going in. I wasn't sure what the plan was. And he's so tanky, I don't want to fight him, because I'm proccing all of his items by just pressing 3. I don't know why Zeus is here, though.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Retreat right lane.
Enemy missing leg.
The beast amigo.
It's looking pretty fucking rough everywhere, to be honest.
Your right tower.
No more fighting Thor at all.
Your right tower.
Oh, it's cooked. Agni's here. Maybe I can fight Thor once I have Sanguine. Because he won't have it for a little while. He went for this too. I guess I have to ask Yeto if that actually procs.
Fuel for the fire. Rain shall wash them away.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Your left tower is under attack.
Rough game. Agni's mid, right? No, he's not. He's the ADC. Okay. The fuck? It's Jingwei mid? How is Zeus losing so bad then? I'm so confused. Yeah, Brawlers is definitely a big counter for Herc here. My main issue in this matchup is that I don't know if his passive thing counts as an actual heal. But I also didn't realize Contagion was just gonna one-shot me and if I try to fight in any sort of way. No fighting until I have items online now. He's way too fat.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy has been slain.
I was still stunned. It's fine though, at least I kept him away from the fight. I think that's the best thing I could have done.
Right enemy tower.
Thunderstruck. The rain shall wash them away. Attack the gold fury.
Your left tower is under attack.
Thor has Sunder, I don't. Actually no I do, but we have to be careful with Thor anyway.
Retreat.
The pyro has arrived.
Hasta la vista, amigo. Save yourself.
We're getting some things here, which is nice. Ah, it's too fast.
Enemy spotted. Attack.
No, he's 1 HP, man.
Destroyed our left enemy tower.
Enemy missing middle.
Tragic.
Destroyed our left enemy tower. Fire giant.
Yes.
Cancel that.
I'm returning to pay my way. On my
Wash them away. Leave like a baby. You're going nowhere.
Right. I haven't been back in so long, dude.
Your middle tower.
I have so much shit to work with.
Your middle tower is dead.
Gotta get Contagion next. Probably should have bought Contagion first, all things considered, but whatever. Oh my god, fuck. Oh, I don't have Sunder. Whoops. It's pressing too heavily on my VGS. Goofy.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Enemy has been
I'm chasing. Oh my god, he's fucking his regrowth as well.
Enemies behind us.
Run!
I better be getting paid for this.
Follow me.
I'm on my way.
Enemies have returned to base.
Just need to keep my Sunder at this point for Fire Giant. Can't really risk using it on anything else. Should probably just go straight to fire, to be honest, but just back after the gold and go straight to fire. We can still make it. Good fight. They spent a lot of time just hitting me.
Your right tower is under attack.
Waggas might have Sunder, we have to be careful.
Destroyed the fire tower.
Oh, never mind, I guess.
On my way. Retreat, retreat. Rain shall wash them away.
Attack!
Attack left lane. Ultimate is ready.
Did I one miss? Thought I hit her. Thor. But... oh well.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
Attack the cold fury.
Could just start it, I guess. Still a Prit win. I do think with at least, like, while these items are really broken, when you combine them all together, there is not any cooldown in this build except for regrowth. 15 is nice though.
Enemy has been slain.
That is some nice cooldown from a single item anyway, but overall for a Hercules, it's not great.
Your team has destroyed
Attack the top. The rain shall wash them away.
What I like about this patch is that even though solos are OP, if you hit a CC, they're kind of squishy. Yeah, that's the thing. That's exactly the right point that I'm trying to make, is that it feels like tanks are actually in a good spot, besides from the OP items doing all the damage that they're doing. I actually think tanks feel somewhat tanky this patch. Like, if you build full tank, it still feels like you can actually... You can do more. Like, you're staying tanky, right? You can actually play a tank and feel tanky. I think that's the nice part about this patch. But I think that's partly because the healing isn't just as easily countered. Like, maybe this was a Giga Chat patch. Maybe this kind of fixes a lot of the issues that Smite 2 had. Who knows? But we'll see what once the OP damage tank items are kind of been nerfed and are in a good spot. That hopefully they won't be as oppressive in terms of the damage, but will still be a threat in terms of just being tanky. Because I do agree. Like, when I'm running around, like, in that fight on... When was it? On their purple buff on duo side, when I was just tanking, like, 4 of them, I was taking damage, and it was going down pretty fast, but I could take some pretty good amount of hits from Jingwei before he started actually really hurting. And I don't even have Spectral either, so I'm assuming she had crit, at least. If not, then yeah, okay, maybe that's why, but... Yeah, no backline, yeah. I was always sitting on Jingwei. Like Jingwei was, like, Joe was pretty good of a player, but I wanted to make sure that he wasn't allowed to play the game. So, that's what I did. I also think Joe generally mains solo, but I'm not sure. He's not a bad player, at least from in the games that I've had him. I don't know if he mains ADC, or what role he mains. Joe's ADC main? Okay. At least from my perspective, he wasn't hitting me. It's just that I'm playing Hercules, and by that time, like, we reached a pretty broken state of Hercules, where I can just kind of keep spamming my abilities, and a single combo, despite me being full tank, will do half his HP, which is kind of what happened every time. I would just one him and then ult him instantly. And at that point, it doesn't really... Like, what is supposed to do after that, you know? The thing is, you could be right, I don't know, but... At least in my experience, I haven't had, like... I feel like he's done pretty well in my teams, and against me, too. But let's be real, though. Who wouldn't be scared of me and Hercules, right? Sorry, I had to self-glaze just a little bit. I never do that shit. I still don't like it. It feels wrong. I'll take glaze from someone else, but I hate self-glazing. It's kind of nasty. I feel like a slime when I say it. Hello, Justice. How's the new patch? Haven't played the game yet. It's pretty good. It was rough in the beginning because some items were heavily overtuned. And don't get me wrong, they still are. But imagine how they were then, on the release then. But they're slowly tuning them here and there. But tanks are pretty oppressive because of some items in the game right now. Besides from that, pretty good patch, I think. To be honest, I'm having a lot of fun. And I mean, I said it earlier, but my feelings don't really lie. I've been playing the game every day since the patch came out. I imagine that's only a good thing, right? Yeah, Sarky, I fucked up my lane as well. I got completely fucked over by the Brawler's Contagion, like, Thor in the beginning. I couldn't fight him at all. I was dying to Contagion alone. That shit fucked me up. Dude, I didn't believe... Contagion was nerfed, by the way. Dude, that shit soloed me. I can't believe how much damage Contagion did to me. And me, who started Devos, probably shouldn't have. Let's be real, I probably should not have gone for that. I think I should have started a different item, but because I went Devos, I was also just not tanky enough. Devos is obviously fine if you can make sure that you aren't getting shit on during the laning phase, but on Hercules, that may be a tall ask. His laning still isn't that good. His cooldowns are still pretty rough, and I also went Warriors, so I kind of just picked the worst shit that I could have for an early laning phase, into also a Thor, who has a generally pretty good laning phase. But yeah, that was tough. I'm just glad I was able to then rotate and actually do something then, because I wasn't able to do much in my own lane. I was close to getting some solo kills. Like, it's not like he was just shitting on me, but I was definitely not able to fight after I got soloed that one time. But that was pretty close too. It was incredibly close. Both times, actually. Also at level 3. I did fuck up early too. I took a lot of risks going for 1v1s that game, when I should have probably just been farming. Let's do this. I see that Bib is my support, meaning I gotta pick something where I can play alone in my lane. Just in case. Because Bib will probably just leave me to die in a desert filled with vultures. Oh, Nika and 7 enemy team, and I have Bib in my support. That's fantastic. All you want to hear. Ow, ow, fuck. What am I? What the fuck? A ping pong ball?
Your god.
Right. So what is one supposed to play into that? It's gonna be Seb and the Ares going crazy with that nonsense. Yeah, I know Honor is probably the best one because I need the CC immune, but I was thinking of honestly just going Bologna. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was thinking about just playing Bologna. But yeah. See a Freeman. The fuck is a Freeman? At least if this is Sol ADC, which it does seem to be... Whoops. Which it does seem to be, and maybe I can take advantage of that. Oh, Desert People in Dune. I see. I need to rewatch Dune. I haven't seen the second one yet. And I need to rewatch the first one, because when I originally saw that, I was not paying attention. So I gotta do that eventually. At this point, I might just wait for the third one to come out. Just binge. I'm tempted to do Warriors this game.
Hi.
Yeah, I'll do Warriors. It's gonna lessen my damage, but I can just feel Saf sniffing my ass this whole time. And I don't like it. First and second are practically one movie. Yeah, I realized that they kind of split them into parts. I do think the first one was pretty boring for the most part, which is probably also why I zoned out watching it. So it's probably going to be a lot better when you have the part 2 now.
Minions have spawned.
But I think the third one is supposed to come out next year, right? 2026? Dude, I feel there's so much good shit coming out in 2026. In terms of, like, series and movie related stuff. That I've been looking forward to at least for a while. Tragic. Fucking missed one creep. Wanted to try while she was still level 1.
Retreat.
Enemies in the right lane.
That sucks that Kali shows up. That's the pressure we had. Can't fucking secure our buffs then. Oh, we got first blood at least, so that's good. I missed my impo though, like an idiot. Don't think it would have saved Merc though.
Walk it off.
Hey Justice, appreciate the sub, man.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted. Ultimate is ready.
Ares ult down. Hey, Nuclear, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it, guys.
Your right tower is under attack.
It has been a while, though. I will preface this. I don't recommend subbing. It's purely on you. Because I don't have a specific stream schedule. Streaming isn't my job. If you're having fun while watching the stream, that's pretty much all I ask for. So, don't ever feel a need to sub. Because I don't need it. I really don't. But I appreciate it nonetheless. I will not disregard it.
Your middle tower is
I mean... Okay, man.
your right tower.
I don't know why we didn't just go in. Like, Ares already chained. Like, surely we just go in then? Fuck. That sucks for us.
Tower is under attack.
Some big kills that we didn't Or they have to go for that, I suppose.
Enemy has been slain.
Nice, nice. Should be okay though. At least Saul still died. I think as long as I can stay even with Saul, I'll be able to take advantage of that.
A monument to my opulence. A monument to my opulence. Oh, look out.
Fuck me, dude! I can't hit anything!
Your left tower is under attack.
A monument to my opulence. Rain, wash them away.
Your left tower is under attack.
A monument to my opulence. Enemy has been slain.
If this is up, I'll take it. No, I will not.
Your middle tower
Should have thought about that before. Could have made it.
Enemy missing leg. Careful, right.
And I'm gonna keep these wards, because I know Sav's constantly looking for it.
Retreat left lane.
The rain shall wash them away. A monument to my opulence.
Feels fine.
Move like a jaguar.
Your middle tower is under attack.
A monument to my opulence.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right enemy tower.
Ally has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Little prime perk? Yeah, that's fair. My chat fucked up, so I had to scroll down to see. I was waiting for the opportunity to do that. Now I can see you guys again.
Okay.
A monument to my opulence. Ally has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
I was top of my class with a 4.
Let's just keep going on the attack speed for now. Actually, I should get rage first, shouldn't I?
Your left tower is under attack.
Think nothing of it.
Just do your best, Ra. I believe in... Let's try some positive reinforcement. Maybe that gives me like a confidence boost. Let's do this.
A monument to my opulence.
There were a lot of people here.
Wash them away.
Clean. Let's go for rage first. They just all hovered in on me, man. Kali just said, fuck you. I don't like you. And your time has come. Couldn't really do much about it while I was ulting. And we had to make sure that Sol went down.
Enemy missing. A monument to my opulence.
Gank left lane.
Your left tower is under attack.
And the rain shall wash them away.
Thanks.
A monument to my opulence. Look out. Enemy ultimate down.
A result. It really does feel like, though, I will say this again, it feels like ADC gets like the least farm in the whole game. I don't know what's wrong with it.
Word the gold fury.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right.
Where is Sol? Like, what would she be doing right now?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay.
Enemies at the gold fury.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Careful now.
Team has destroyed the gold fury.
A monument to my opulence.
Through space and time.
Your left
We
tower
did
is under
it.
attack.
Enemy spotted. Be careful.
somehow.
Oh man, this is awesome!
Your left tower is under attack.
Sweat crit's horrible now. It's easier to counter it, but I don't think it's bad. You're still critting people for like 800 late game. I definitely don't think it's bad. Like one stun, Lunibo, and someone doesn't have the passive on, or a spectral passive on them, and you're still just getting one shot. The only difference is now crit actually has a counter, you know? As it should.
Be careful, right? Enemies incoming!
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy has been slain. Enemy missing left.
Bip's on Herc as well. And Herc is crazy enough for Bip just to do crazy shit on him now. I'm ready to see what Bip can do. You can take Purple Sarky if you want. I have one. What's on Herc? He's just really strong right now. And Bip is generally known for just doing all sorts of crazy shit, chasing people down with just red eyes, you know, one goal in mind type mindset. Herc is very good at doing that right now with the current items. He's practically the best at it.
Enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your left tower is under attack.
Be careful left! Enemies incoming!
Enemy missing.
Man, he didn't chase, but that's so badly played by me.
Blood transfusions. Tight nobility.
That is my beats. Now I gotta chill. That is in fact also a mage Sol. It is. I have to be way more careful with that. I didn't think it was. I thought it was ADC Sol. I do not want to take her 3 to the face.
Enemy missing
right back.
right. A monument to my opulence. Rain shall wash them away. Look out. A monument to my opulence.
Well, my bad, I guess. I thought that was going to be way better for us when they're all low like that. Attack speed more today. Interesting. I'm gonna grab pen already. If I just get Ares on the first few autos, I wouldn't have been in trouble, I think. Well, I would have. I would still have died, but I don't think my team would have been in trouble as much. Because they were forced to pick up the slack by me not getting the Ares. I even hit the Impale. Didn't think it was going to take that much, but he's so tanky. He has Spectral. That would do it. Fuck. Kali ult down. Damn, unfortunate pillar. I have to look out for Merrick more when he's around, so I don't pillar him accidentally like that. Wait, what did I say? Kai, remind me. Am I being hypocritical?
Destroyed the Pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemies in the right lane. Enemy missing. On my way.
Are we not going in? Like, I'm so confused, dude. I feel like all of a sudden I'm just still the only one going in there. I gotta stop jumping, I guess. It looks more free from my point of view than it is, I guess. Yeah, crit is also just nice for objectives. That's also a thing. And especially in this case, when they don't have an ADC at all. Like, Sol went full mage. So they rely on winning the fights. They can't just burn an objective. Good snipe. Oh, he got his damage off. There's not really much else he could have done there. Alright. Deathbringer last. I want to see if I can grab Sol. But she's never in lane, like she always rotates. Or she just sits around and waits for me to push, and then she pushes.
Enemy missing. The rain shall wash them away.
There we go.
I'll attack right lane.
I can force some of them back. You guys can just go fire if you want to try.
They have a ward right here. They know.
Destroyed a middle tower.
My opulence.
That's great. I don't know what happened there. And how we didn't get any kills.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire.
Guess that's cooked now then. I think we should have leeched fire and gone for kills after Mojo was getting too close. But, yeah, whatever. Anyone tried Huyi's new aspect? I actually forgot it existed, but I haven't seen it.
Your right tower.
I think it's been open every game too. Damn it, I should have tried that this game. Since I got ADC.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Actually, why doesn't he have regrowth? Surely you got regrowth on Gabrakan with his 2. Unless that for some reason doesn't count as a heal, even though it is. But the fuck do I know? This my 2 is so fucking weird when it comes to that stuff.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
We got dagger as well. But it's a good shout out actually, because I might want to try the Huyi aspect at least once. It is interesting. Like getting bouncing autos is pretty cool. Or ricocheting autos. I was only attacking the Phoenix boys, I swear. I actually was. I was literally only going for the Phoenix. It wasn't enough. Sad part about the crit builds is that you generally don't have that much attack speed and power.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Your left tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Scrap Deathbringer.
Your left tower is under attack.
Alright, full build. Didn't really get any use out of dagger though. Unfortunately. Let's go make sure that this lane pushes. Wait, Shell works on Mordred ult? That's crazy. I had no fucking idea.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
No! You gotta be careful, Sarkia. You almost bit it there. That would have been not very funny. Go get Phoenix, maybe?
Pyromancer has arrived.
Or at least gold.
Attack!
I think it was Bloodforged, was it? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, those beats. I was like, that's crazy. That's some crazy tech if you could shell Mordred ult. You could just bait it out.
Little enemy Phoenix. Enemy Phoenix.
Save yourself!
Almost have enough for a 3k pot.
Enemy has been slain.
Have fun out there!
Your left tower is under attack.
Just wait for the wave to come in.
I'll attack!
Your left tower is under
I'll
attack.
attack! Follow me!
Kali ult on me, boys. I don't know how that went so bad, to be honest. Like, what's even happening? They just go end now. The fuck? How did everyone die? Like, Kali was just only on me? What went wrong everywhere else?
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Maybe they can't end, but that's so tragic, man. We should have ended right there. I guess I gotta be way more careful jumping in as usual. There's always someone that goes on me.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle Phoenix is under attack. Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed.
Enemies at the Gold Fury. Fiddlesticks.
destroyed the gold. Take it like a baby.
Still think we defend. Surely.
Titan's under attack.
They're just only going for me, dude. That's so tragic. Like, I'm having Sol and Kali just fucking jump on me. Well, that really sucks. We threw that one.
Defeat.
Another throw. It was a decently fun game, but man, Jesus Christ, we threw that in the end. I almost want to watch back what happened on the Titan. Because I don't know how anyone else died but me. I will admit, though, I fucked up that fight too. But it felt like everyone fucked up that fight. It wasn't just one person messing it up. Just all happened so fast. Wow. I feel like we're stacked. Surely this will not be dodged. Fucking ADC again, though. Well, I can try the Hu Yi this time, though. Aspect Hu Yi, see how that works. Wait, no, actually, isn't it shit because you don't get the stun? Wait. I guess I'll play Hu Yi either way, and then I'll see. Damn it! I wish I read it before. Because I don't want to play just Hu Yi. That's not fun. I don't really like Hu Yi that much, but I would want to like to try the aspect. Fuck it. I mean, I guess I'll just try the aspect. What's the point? Fuck it.
Select your god.
Let's see. Surely someone knows. Let me check. No longer stuns. Yeah, no, fuck that. You lose the one good thing on him. I'll try it. Fuck it. I mean, I think, yeah, so let's see. Basic attack now ricochets. I think that's the big thing. Your basic attack ricochets, but when is that honestly ever going to be that good, to be honest? Just for some poking here and there, I guess. Dealing bonus damage to gods per bounce. Bounced basic attacks cannot damage structures. That's obviously a good thing. Ricochet normally stuns. Like bounces or stuns. So it doesn't even bounce. It applies Mark of the Golden Crow in the first hit. So like you will be able to do some pretty good damage. But dude, how am I ever gonna fight on her if my one doesn't stun? It actually sounds so bad, I don't want to play it. I'm taking it off. No, I'm not. I'm gonna try it once. That's it. I'll try it just once, but this sounds terrible. It sounds really bad. With strength build, it could be good. Yeah, but why would it be better than the normal version? Because you just apply the mark anyway. It doesn't really matter if it applies mark on the 1, because you applied with the 2 anyway. I think that's where I'm kind of missing the point. You're applying it very easily with your 2 anyway. But let's see.
Somebody's gonna pay for all the...
What about Warriors? Warriors X? I'm gonna check it right now. It doesn't bounce, dude. What's the... It's his whole thing. His buff clear is gonna be so much worse. It's weird. I actually don't like it. This is one of the worst aspects. I don't know why I feel that way already.
An enemy has returned.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Excellent.
Drop your guard and I'll snatch you from the banks of the naive gazelle.
Minions have spawned.
Oh, you're out my world. Oh, yeah.
Okay, dudes. You can't pick up the pots with these autos. I have to walk through it. Oh, it also does it on the buff? Okay, so you should maybe do that early for buff clear then.
Your right tower is under attack.
I do see value in it, for laning at least.
Is under attack.
Be careful. Enemies incoming!
They're splitting up.
Rain shall wash them away.
Get him, Sav.
Fabuloso!
Dude, what do I even level then? The mark? Does the mark get stronger?
Double kill. Oh, you move like a jaguar. An enemy has been slain.
I wish I didn't have aspect right now. We would've won that fight so easily.
That's too bad. Rain shall wash them
under attack.
It just feels so wrong, man.
Enemies spotted. Enemies in the left lane.
Enemies in right lane. So awesome.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Defend! Enemy missing middle!
Your left tower is under attack.
Completed!
Yes.
I don't know how I'm supposed to play this. It just feels so wrong no matter what I do. My 1 doesn't bounce, so I fully rely on autos, and I'm not playing Rama, so I don't have an attack speed steroid or something like that. It's weird. Maybe the 1 has to do more damage if you go for this aspect. Something just does not add up.
I've got my eye on you.
Enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
Be careful!
Fucking hell, dude.
No problem.
Um, give me this fucking Looneybo nonsense. Surely something like Oba would be good on it.
Right back. Gang middle lane.
Attack middle lane!
The clear is okay, like, but it's more like it's just the worst version of Shablanke's autos, right? Or his bolas. It just feels wrong. I feel that's the only way I can really put it. I'm not sure what the aspect is supposed to be doing, outside of you just having ricochet autos that don't go through anything either. He's just sitting in tower.
Ward here. Ward the gold fury. Curse it.
Your left tower is under attack.
I'll defend left lane. Defend the gold fury. Sorry. No problem. Enemy ultimate down.
That's too bad.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemies have returned to base.
Here it comes.
I'm returning right there.
I will admit, like the autos do feel kind of nice that you have more options with them. But I feel like the bounces as well. I don't know if you have noticed, but I have a hard time finding a good spot to like hit the wave with these bounces in duo, because the waves are so far away from like this is about it, right? And then there's this weird spot right here.
Your left tower.
I didn't realize Fenrir was here. I didn't realize Fenn was here. That's my bad.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That sucks, man. Fucking Finn was here too.
Rain shall wash them away.
Completed.
Yeah, it's gonna feel a lot better with attack speed for sure. Right now it just feels like a slow mess.
Your left tower is under attack.
Ultimate is ready.
Your left tower is under attack.
Beware the shifting side. There is strong.
Thanks.
Attack the Gold Fury.
I don't want to stack up like this. Hell no. I'm never getting more attack speed. I'm literally going back to my lane, fighting, not getting any gold, then going back home. And I'm not getting any of the kills either. I have 8 assists as fucking ADC, dude. Like, I don't mind Saf getting fed on that Sopic, because that's going to be way more useful for us overall on the team. But still. It does suck just a little bit for me.
On my way. The Pyromancer has arrived. I've got my eye.
Like, I'm getting really tired of this.
Like a vegetarian. Send a block.
Follow ults. Fenrir is just here permanently. I can't really fight back, so... And that's my beat, so he will show up again. Question is, like, do I just go into Demon Blade? Probably. I was thinking Oboe, because that could be more fun, but Oboe right now, when I don't have any damage, it's gonna be really awkward.
On my way. Enemy ultimate down. Enemy spotted. Enemies behind.
On my way.
Fenrir as a god, I still hate. It's insane how much damage he's doing to me.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Good game. I'll defend the Gold Fury.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not fun. It feels not great. Get it, boys.
Your team
Nice.
destroyed the Gold Fury. Your middle tower
I can't believe we only got 1 kill out of that.
yes.
Enemies have returned. Be careful.
I think the most annoying part about this is that it very easily hits walls. They're very big autos. So when I have to aim around corners, I have to be very wide about it and make sure there's space. That's the most annoying part about it. By a long shot.
Enemy missing.
Enemies in the left jungle.
Be careful left.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Enemy
Enemies have
has been
returned to
slain.
base.
One of them hit.
Shot, and the rain shall wash them away.
Be right back. Don't count me out just yet. Spotted.
If I had stun, I go for that. Damn.
Ally has been slain.
Love it.
Okay, dude. What is even happening this game, to be honest? I have no idea what's happening. We're just kind of getting super shit on
Thunderbolts of lightning. Very, very.
in these fights.
Towers under attack.
Alright, let's do Rage next. This aspect is truly dog shit.
Tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
It has that, like, maybe once we're full late game, I can start critting for big numbers. I can look for some ricochet autos for some good poke, but that's literally the only use I can see out of this. And even then, I don't see it being better, because CC and Smite is so valuable that the fact that you're losing your stun, it ain't good. It's the only CC he has, and it's really good.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
So awesome.
Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Enemies in the right lane.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
Cancel that. Defend the Gold Fury.
On my way.
I really don't know what to do about it, because if I had... oh. That was not a great attempt. If I literally just had my stun, I have counterplay to Fenrir. The aspect was a fucking mistake. The thought of having ricochet autos is really cool. I just think they executed it absolutely horribly.
Be careful, right?
I mean, I knew it was coming, but I don't think I would have survived under my tower either, to be fair with you. To be completely honest with you, man.
Your right tower is
I really wanted that buff. And now Acne went and did what I...
Your right tower.
What is this fight as well?
Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right Phoenix is under attack.
I'm so far behind in farm. At least I learned something very, very valuable in this game. And that is not to pick this ever again. Or at least in its current state. Lesson learned.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your middle tower is under attack.
When it rains, it pours.
Don't count me out just yet.
Aspect OP. It's so broken.
Behind us. Yes.
I'll do pen again, just like last time first.
Rain shall wash them away.
Because we ain't dealing any damage to the Mordred. That dude's a tank.
Attack the cold fury. Fuel for the fire.
Okay. Retreat. I'll defend the fire giant. Retreat, right wing. Enemy spotted.
I'm surprised we honestly even got that gold. Acne went all in for it, and good thing he survived.
Your left tower is under attack.
Because I wasn't gonna sacrifice myself for it.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
I'll defend right
Be
lane.
careful.
Okay.
If I had the stun.
On my way.
Spotted.
Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
No problem. Stayed in it. Retreat. Retreat. I'm afraid. Excellent.
Nice job.
Hoo-ha. Taking down Spain.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't know if Houye aspect is the worst, but it is definitely down there. Because, I mean, it just feels like you're playing a little bit of a worse version of Rama, because you don't even have the attack speed stereo to help yourself out. Even though you're literally fully relying on autos. That definitely feels bad.
No problem.
The only advantage you have with non-aspect is that you do have a stun for setup.
On my way. Falling back.
Still, I mean, as long as I can hit my autos, there is value to this. Like, I still have the mark. The big tank killing thing, you know?
Destroy the left enemy tower.
Oh, whoops.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower.
Enemy has been slain.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Bip doing bip things.
Enemy spotted.
On my way.
Attack the Gold Fury. Enemies in the left lane.
This doesn't crit, though. That confuses me. Why am I not critting right now? Is it because I need to place the mark? I'm not really sure.
Cancel attack right lane.
Like, the autos also do extra damage if they hit, like, it's like 40% extra per bounce, which is pretty big. Like, imagine a crit doing 40% extra damage at like full late game. It will hit really hard, but it's just so situational.
Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the right enemy tower. Your left tower is under attack.
Attack middle lane.
Your left tower is under attack. Here it
My main autos don't crit, but the ricochet autos do. That's the part I don't understand, because I don't see anything in the aspect that says that that should be the case.
has destroyed the pyromancer. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your left tower is under attack.
I mean, right there, it was pretty clutch. If I had fucking Deathbringer there, I absolutely shred them. Maybe I should have finished my this first. No, never mind. Or did. Never mind. I guess I shouldn't have jumped in. My bad. Thought that was better, but my bad. I don't understand, guys. Why am I not critting?
No problem. Enemy ultimate incoming.
It's really weird. I mean, that's my bad, I suppose, for getting picked. I'm just so thrown to the side with this fucking aspect.
You move like a jaguar.
Your left Phoenix has been destroyed. Your Titan is under attack. Titan is under attack.
That sucks. Yeah, I kind of forget about jumping in, but dude, this aspect is so off-putting. That's actually kind of wild. Never again. Oh well. Yeah, if that crits, I kill them on Pyro. That's so weird. Like, that's so fucking weird. I'm not really sure what... Losing the stun is so rough. I truly do believe that we win this somewhat easily in most of the fights that we had, even at level 3, if I had my stun, because I just have no counterplay into Fenrir. If my jump's down, I just have to sit there and take it. I think it's that you lose too much, to be honest. You're kind of just making your one shit. Because you lose the stun and you lose the ricochet on it. You're making your one completely useless. All it does is apply the mark that you already reply with the fucking 2 anyway. It feels so counterproductive. A lot of the aspects I think that are really well made are generally the ones that just make the god more fun to play. Or at least different to play, but you don't necessarily lose all that much. They're just changing the way the god functions. This doesn't change how he functions, to be honest. It just makes him feel way worse. He's so situationally good because of the bounce, like bouncing autos. Like on Pyro is one of the examples where it was really good. But that's one scenario in this whole game that I could think of where that was actually good. But yeah, my bad for jumping in at the end. I really thought that fight was going to be better for us. I also did jump in with a mindset that I was going to crit him. That's kind of where I realized crit is not doing shit for me. Clear is way better. Clear is a little bit better, yeah, but I don't think it's that much better. Like it's not a game changer in terms of like how much better it is, I would say. Excuse me. Fucking hell. Even if it still is a bit better. It's just I don't think wave clear in Smite 2 is as important for ADC. Because like generally, like look at Apollo, look at Onher, like they're still pretty good. Especially Onher, I would say is really good. Oh shit. And he doesn't like his wave clear is ass. Onher's wave clear is terrible. As long as you can just hit the wave fully with a 1 on Huyi anyway and just auto the rest, I would much rather just have that stun. Losing this stun is truly terrible on that god. I also think it takes away what's really fun about him with the triple bouncing people. And you kind of need the stun as well as the ricocheting for that to be fun. And you lose both of those. At least maybe if you could bounce with it, it wouldn't feel as terrible. Because you can still use the 1 to poke. And maybe even set up an like a really, what's it called? Like a really long-ranged mark. Oh shit. But whatever. Impressions on the Huyi aspect is that it's definitely not as good as just base Huyi. It's getting pretty hot. I just noticed the sun is in here. It was nice and chilly when I sat down to stream today, and cloudy, but now that the sun is out, it's gonna get hot pretty fast. Damn, me and Sarky not doing too hot today. Even the games that we should be winning, we end up throwing. I'll take that one on me though. That one was on my end. Oh, is Bip disconnected? Or maybe he just doesn't want to play support. Who knows? Can you not pick the Thor, man? When is sunset and Denmark now? Probably like around 8:30 or something like that. 8:39-ish. I haven't really kept up on it, but I need to turn, or what's it called? Ugh. Block the sun a bit more here. Don't want it to escape too much, it just gets too fucking hot. Do you lose anything for dodging? I actually forgot. Like leaving a game, you lose quite a bit. You lose like double SR or something like that. But do you lose anything, or do you only get deserter for dodging a game? Yeah, it's pretty chilly right now. Like even with the sun out, like it's not hot right now. We've had some pretty chill days. It's probably gonna get pretty hot eventually again, but right now it is okay. It's just my apartment that is really bad at taking in or keeping out the heat, I should say. It's just it's like old rock buildings, like stone buildings that are just really bad. It just absorbs the heat so much. So even if I keep the sun out in my room, it doesn't matter. It's just the building gets really hot. Not much to do about it, unfortunately, in my end. It's also that, you know, I have a hot PC right next to my face. That also makes it pretty hot. And the dog as well, obviously. So there are other factors in my room that makes it extra hot. And as much as I might want to, there will be no stream tomorrow. I'll just make sure to let you guys know. I'll probably be back on Sunday, I would imagine. No specific plans though for that, but tomorrow I am busy. I'm just going too fast. Like I can't control it anymore. This endless mode is pretty boring right now, I'm not gonna lie to you. Because I just got a one really broken upgrade, and now I'm so fast that it doesn't matter. Like, the wall is never gonna catch up to me. I'm too fast to even pick up sparks in the ground because I'm just bouncing everywhere. So, like, what the fuck? That's gonna be way too fast. I can't even stay on it. I think it might soon be time to just restart it on purpose. Either that or find a new queue game. As much as I do like Haste, it is very much the same now. Like, when it gets to the point where you don't have to worry about taking damage anymore because you just heal so much, it's not a threat. Sure. See if Akate wants to support instead. I'll let him choose. I don't really want to play either role, to be fair. Isn't Yogi strong now healing is gone? Are the anti-healing? No, not necessarily. I mean, it's fine, I guess, but you just go Contagion instead. It has way more. It was just nerfed. Like, it used to have 8 HP 5, which is fucking insane on a single item. But now it's 6 HP 5, which is still very good. So, you just go Contagion instead. Not to mention, that item is just broken anyway. There is zero reason not to go Contagion on any frontline in the game. And both of them is just too much. Not to mention, they're just better items. There's at least like 3 items that is core on every frontline right now that you just have to buy. Like, what am I supposed to play into that? Huh? What am I supposed to play into that? Do Neath, I guess. Need something to get over the wall. Baron is pretty scary as well. Loki's just gonna one-shot. Fuck, man. I have to go beads, but I would love Aegis this game. Ooh, Ikram is back. Hopefully for him, he didn't go Aspect. You know, hopefully for me, he did. He didn't. Damn.
Now this is proper wizardry.
For glitter!
No trouble at all. I barely until next time. I'll be in my tower.
Worries.
All the time.
Yeah!
Yes! Thanks! You're something else!
Thanks.
Rad!
My bad, boys. Thank you. Yeah, I'll eventually see it when I look over. I appreciate you guys messaging. Does Contagion Pattern have a cooldown? It does. It's like, I forgot what it is. It was 8 seconds or some shit, but I think it's 20 seconds now. Something was changed recently in a patch like this, like early this morning or something like that.
This is my
Ah.
jam. Sorry.
Oh, man. That sucks. I have to use a pot.
Enemy has been slain.
The party don't stop. Wild.
Attack the gold.
See ya. Mwah.
Have fun.
I'm a man.
That worked out pretty well. You're better easy than Chrome. I mean, I imagine he hasn't played the game in like months at this point. So right now, yes, probably. But if he plays for a week, he's gonna be 10 times better than me again.
Enemies in left lane.
Took a week or two break. I haven't seen him in a long time, at least. He hasn't been in any of my games for a long time. And I would say I've been playing a pretty decent amount.
Be right back.
Actually, I don't. I need so little gold. I'm not back in yet.
Get this rave started.
Out of mana.
The rain shall wash them away.
Take this jungle. Take this jungle.
I need the jungle buff.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'll gank right my way.
Both ults down. Yeah, I'm aware that VBS will be sitting on my ass for the majority of this. That's okay.
Enemy spotted.
Yes. Enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing
Attack
middle.
the gold fury. Gank middle
Be
lane.
careful. I'm on it.
The rain shall wash them away.
The party don't stop.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that when I'm beats are down. I had to either, like... fuck, yeah, I don't even know what else I could have done, actually. Maybe if I jumped over the wall, if I was really lucky.
My jam. Enemy spotted.
Tragic.
On my way. The party don't stop.
Wait, they got the buff? Damn, no one got it.
Enemy spotted.
Out of mana.
On my way.
Enemy has been slain.
Get this raid started.
No problem. Down. Yes.
This is
Very good.
Cure it good. The party don't stop. This is my jam.
The rain shall wash them away.
Damn it. Not even sure the stun was gonna land, actually. Couldn't really take the risk.
Enemy has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack.
Oh, you move like a giant.
Keep up. Be right back.
So yeah, I'm trying Devos. I wonder how this will work out. Because before I would do Serrated, Doomorb build, but
Pyromancer
yeah.
has arrived.
We'll see if this has the same effect. It's a bit slower, obviously, because it's a stacking item.
The party don't
Enemy
stop.
missing.
Ultimate is down.
No abilities to secure. Just reread the patch notes, and I still don't understand all of the ADC jungles. It's not really necessarily because they're better, it's just people having fun. Like, the guy I'm queuing with right now is he just prefers to play those gods. It's not because they're better. Like, the best junglers right now, I can already tell you, are shit like Hercules, and Fenrir that can build all the OP tank items. Those are the most OP junglers right now. And it's not even close.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
I just realized it's 20-5 in kills. What happened this game?
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Enemies right lane.
On my way, no problem.
Dance with me. Enemies right lane spotted.
No problem. Enemies incoming. Follow my lead.
This is my jam.
Enemy spotted.
On my way.
Yes. I'll attack the gold fury. Enemy has been slain.
I'm on it.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemies in
Attack
left
the
lane.
gold fury.
Your left tower is under attack.
ADCs right now, though, are also definitely better than mages. That's also a small part of it. But I don't think that's why people play like jungle, necessarily. I haven't really seen it much in jungle outside of just the guy I'm currently queuing with. He just likes doing it.
Your left tower is under
It's not really because they're just... like, it's because they're better in any way. He just only really plays auto attackers from what I've seen.
Your left tower is under attack. The pyromancer has arrived. Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Enemies in right fire.
Didn't expect that. Suppose I should have. I shouldn't have beats, to be honest. I saw Loki I don't think Ymir was the one I saw, but I'm not sure. I just saw someone in the jungle there. They played it well though, they kind of covered all the angles. Did not expect the Loki on the other side.
A shame. You
Seeing a lot of honor in who you jungles. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't at all. At least not in these, I guess, higher Elot games.
Get this rave started. The party don't stop. My jam.
But I mean, I'm in Neath, so I'm bound to be war crimed eventually. They just have a really good comp against me. I think Loki is really good into Neath. Because Neath isn't really as strong if she doesn't see you coming. She's really scary when it comes to poking and counter-initiating. But Loki, who can just be on top of her without her really knowing, and then you get the backflip, and then he just ults after her instantly. He just has all the right tools.
Ultimate is down.
arcane overload initiated.
Not enough Titan damage yet.
My jam.
Destroy the Gold Fury.
He's higher level than me? Fuck.
Your middle tower
It's slacking off.
I'ma make you quake.
Be right back.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Enemies right lane.
Okay. Rad.
Definitely just letting this tier 1 go.
Is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Be careful, right.
Yes. No worries.
Both their ults. I underestimated Viva's persistence. I think I played it decently as well. But whatever. Fuck it, I'm sitting in base. They'll end anyway. Dude. It's boring ass ADC game, man.
Victory.
I don't really know what to say, really. I'm lower level than my support. Overall, pretty fun game, but man, Vives is so persistent. I should have seen it coming. But I also didn't see the Stampede. That's on me. I thought it was gonna be alright, because if I root him and I 3 him, he's gonna be slowed as fuck. Yeah, Stampede kind of stops that. That's a whoopsie from me. Dude, it's already been 5 hours. Fucking hell. I don't want to stop, but I kind of need to. I'm hungry. We need to make dinner. I'll keep going for like one or two more games. I'll delay it by like an hour or so. I still have to render the fucking stream from yesterday after it blue screened on me. So I had to edit them together. Usually I prefer to be able to upload my VODs at like latest 1 day after the stream. But addicted. A little bit, yeah. I'm having a lot of fun. I keep getting ADC though, which is not fun. This rolls ass. In this meta anyway. I liked it in the previous patch. But right now you're just getting run down by tanks. That doesn't feel good. It's not even just the solo either. It's fucking junglers too. It's just devils. Yeah, okay, I didn't see the last part of your comment there. Pope. It's like lenient, like Lunibel was never really nerfed in any way. But what was nerfed was crit in a way by changing Spectral into an actual counter to crit. And if you're nerfing crit in that way, that automatically is also just a nerf to Lunibel. Why it decided to come back, I don't know. Because it never really went away. People just, I guess, didn't feel like playing it. But that item was never changed really. It was still really good. But I'm a solo laner, so how the fuck, I don't know. I don't know why ADC's decided not to pick that item anymore. I still think it's broken as fuck. But Devils is really good, obviously, because that just was just changed to stack permanently now. Even if after 75 stacks, it's lessened by a lot, the stats you gain out of it. It's just, it infinitely stacks, man. I believe full stacks will result in getting you 30 extra power on top of already having, what is it, 35 power? So it's a 65 power item with, I forgot how much lifesteal it actually has, but that's a 65 power item that will keep scaling up. So even if you only get 5 more power or some shit like that, that's 70 power out of a single item, dude. That's so high. That's serrated levels. But serrated, you would have to actually use the item. Or like use the your abilities to make use of the item. But not with Devos. You just get that shit for free after stacking it up. It's such a high power item. Insanely high power item. Is Berserker Shield good now? Yes, it is. Cool to see you streaming. Remember watching the Pentakill when I was a kid? Hope you're well. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'm doing pretty well, yeah. I've been playing Smite for a while again. And I've been streaming it too for since season 11 of Smite 1, pretty much. And then I transitioned pretty easily over to Smite 2, and I kind of been playing Smite 2 since then. I dipped my toes into some competitive in Smite 2, but I mean, Smite 2 is competitive scene is kind of dead right now, so there's not really much there. And I don't even think I have that much interest in competitive anymore, to be fair. But yeah, I appreciate it. It's good to hear people still remember it, and
Your god.
no, I'm happy for it. Kind of want to play Hekate, to be honest.
The midnight shift begins.
I'll do Hekate. I want something where I can still get out of the emoji ult, so I might have to ult as a response. I actually very recently, like a few days ago, decided to watch the Penta again. I usually don't do that anymore. But it had been a long time. I decided just to rewatch it. It's fun. Because Smite in the early days stopped playing for years, now back for Smite 2. It's good to hear. I think Smite 2 is in a good spot right now. Overall. Though that might be a little controversial with the current patch. Some people are very unhappy with it, but I think that would lessen it, the impact. It's just because there's some OP items right now. But once they're a bit balanced, it's good. Do we just do cooldown? I think we do cooldown.
Handled, as always.
Do I just... I think I just go Spear into Jade Scepter.
Awesome!
Were you calm when you were making the Penta, or were you hype in the moment? I was hype in the moment, but I was also pretty serious at the time, and not to mention I'm autistic as hell, so back then I had a hard time showing my emotions. So I was pretty calm on the outside, but not on the inside. It was obviously a big moment, because that game was completely even. Completely even in that game, until that Penta happened, and then we got fire, and we ended up the game off of that. So it happened at the best time possible for us. It was big. I actually think we were a little bit behind in gold at the time. Now, I haven't played this god in a while, so let's see how this goes.
Sweeping you away one spell at a time.
Hecate is fun though. I think she has a really cool kit, which is really something I have not played in a longest time.
A little midnight magic, clean and precise. Out of the shadows and into my traps. Sweeping you away one spell at a time. Midnight magic, one and spell at a time.
Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah, I don't like the sound of the autos either, to be honest. They're very oppressive. And loud.
A little midnight magic, clean and precise.
Missed.
Darkness descends, and the mess is gone.
Your right tower is under attack.
Ultimate is
Oh well.
Be right.
Kind of badly aimed. It was way too much to the front.
Your left tower is under attack.
I think the autos would sound fine if it wasn't so loud. Dude, it's like right in my ear. Like, does it have to be so loud? Dude, that's so hard to see. I couldn't tell I was in the middle of that at all.
Enemy missing.
Enemies incoming left. Strong magic.
I'll just start with Chronos Pendant, honestly. Let's go full cooldown for now. I'll go into Jade Scepter anyway now, and then could just go Deso after that. Oops. I thought I didn't have it activated.
Midnight mischief never hurt anyone. Much? Guide my aim. I'm on my way.
Enemy has been slain. Nice job.
Impeccable work. I'm impressed. Cleaning up one burst at a time. Impeccable work. I'm impressed.
I'll gank left lane. Ultimate is ready.
no problem.
Your right tower is under attack.
Reaching you away one spell at a
Wash them
time.
away. Bye.
Midnight hour throws what a dreadful mess. Effort.
How annoying. He did more damage to me than I would have expected.
Your middle tower is
But
under
I'm also just early game Hecate and I don't do that much damage. I fucked up.
Your right tower is under attack. On my way. Enemy has been slain.
Superb effort.
Superb effort.
Wings of the night, guide
into my traps.
I'm returning middle lane. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
What do you want to make? One burn at a time. A little midnight magic, clean and precise.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Outstanding! Truly a job well done. Out of the shadows and into my traps.
I didn't know Carly's autos were allowed on the
Your right tower
ADC aspect, but I guess it makes sense.
completed.
She does make a lot of noises as well. She's very breathy when her autos. I don't think a lot of other gods are like that.
Sweeping you away one spell at a time.
Okay, have fun.
I was still inside of it? Fuck, man. I don't think I was inside of that, to be honest. That's why I didn't beat it as well. Not a whole lot of shit is hitting here.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy ultimate down. Terrific.
Every time someone is just 1 HP in my lane, and I die. But that does mean my Thana is just getting fed as a result. He's picking up the kills every time. But just one time I want to get the 2v1.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
Gank left
I'm on my way. A
lane.
little midnight magic, clean and precise. Time. A little midnight mischief never hurt anyone. Much? Sweeping you away one spell at a time. A little midnight magic, clean and precise.
Enemy spotted.
Sweeping you away one spell at a time.
Sorry. Your time has
That's a bit rough, Sarky. We gotta go in on that. He was literally free. And he just beats for no reason too. Oh, not for no reason, for my ult. And I have Jade Scepter as well, like those should be the freest skill of all time.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
Alright, I guess I'm just gonna sit in my lane then, if we're not gonna do anything. Because that should have been free.
Wash them away. Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. No problem. Enemy team has destroyed the gold. Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the left enemy tower.
Close. I almost think I had it. I don't know though.
A little midnight magic, clean and precise. Out of the shadows and into my traps.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
I'll attack right lane. You run.
Sweeping you away one spell at a time. The mess is gone.
Poseidon beats.
Ultimate down.
A little midnight magic, clean and precise. Guide my aim. I'm on my way.
Rain shall wash them away.
Ugh, what a dreadful mess.
Shut down. Jeez.
One burst at a time. Wings of the night. Even the midnight hour grows weary. One burst.
Clutch shield.
Your left tower is under attack.
A little midnight mischief never hurt anyone. Much?
Your left tower is under attack.
Oh, you wait, Dignitas fan. That's fair. Dignitas did have a lot of fans back then. I do remember. Not to mention, it wasn't in NA, right? So I imagine most of the people that at least were there. Fucking hell, dude.
Enemy has been slain.
My radiance.
Excellent. Curses. Your middle tower is
What
under
a
attack.
dreadful mess.
I'll attack middle lane. Ultimate is ready.
My beats are gonna be down for a while.
Out of the shadows and into my traps.
The rain shall wash them away. Enemy has been slain. Attack fire. I'll attack left lane. Attack fire giant. The rain shall wash them away.
Sweeping you away one spell at a time.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
I'm on my way. Ultimate is ready.
Enemy has been slain.
Your team has destroyed
Shall
a
we
right
begin the
enemy
night,
tower.
sir?
I'll defend.
Thanks. Wings of the night, guide my aim.
I'll follow. Did they buff this shield on this ability? I feel like my shield is huge.
Your left tower is under attack.
Wisdom of the night, guide my aim.
That's too bad. Your left tower is under attack.
Damn it!
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Enemies behind us.
We're kind of inting now.
Defend the fire giant.
I only went in to try and see if I could help, and I got roasted. Because Emoji loves me. He does have Sunder for this.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, fuck the hammer.
Your enemy team has destroyed the fire giant. Thunderstruck.
He minted.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack.
Maybe that all went to shit because I missed my 3. I did it too early when I got Cardinals in my ult. He should have been dead.
Cleaning up, one spell at a time. One spell at a time. Wisdom of the night, guide my aim. A little midnight magic, clean and precise. Sweeping you away one spell at a time.
Retreat, trooper. Your right tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
Attack!
A little midnight magic, clean and precise. Sweeping you away one
Midnight hour shows the mercy.
I'm the only one dying in this match! Dude, he'll just crit every single shot.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. The Pyros has arrived.
Like, if he kills Thor first and somehow gets Dagger, he kills both of us. Boom. Huge play. Why are you going for me?
Left tower is under
I'm so far behind already. I'm not a threat.
Your left tower is under attack.
So much farm.
Out of the shadows
Enemy
and
has
into
been
my
slain.
trap.
It was pretty unfortunate timing with Jade Scepter as well, because he dashed, but I don't think he meant to, like, use the Jade Scepter to his advantage. We just pressed it almost at the same time, and he actually got a bigger dash out of that.
Has destroyed the pyromancer.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Right lane. Your right tower is under attack.
A little midnight magic. Clean and precise. Burst at a time.
Retreat! Enemies have returned. Your right phoenix is under attack. Curses! Attack fire giant. Gank left lane. On my way.
Midnight mischief never hurt anyone. Much? Outstanding! Truly a job well done.
Enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a left enemy. Thunderbolts of lightning. Very, very. Get it! Yeah!
The night awaits.
Hekate is fun, but like mages are so hard to play right now, I feel like. I could definitely have played better though. I was fucking around too much. I was looking for the big 1v1s into Poseidon. When that really wasn't what I should be looking for at the time. Hekate is still quite nice late game. I like the pokes she brings. I still think her 3 is really cool. As like a place on someone else type of ability. Alright, last one. Talented ults. Hekate is so much fun, man. I wish mages weren't dog shit right now. You just die to anything. They sneeze in the wrong direction and you're fucking dead. Even Yamoja fucked me up, man. It is Vivas, though. But did you notice how Vivas wasn't in duo this time when I wasn't? I'm just saying. This might be personal, to be honest. Last game he didn't leave duo when I was in duo. Now he's on me in mid. Seems kind of sus to me, to be honest. Hopefully we get in the same team again. I really don't want to have to deal with you on the front line, Mr. Sav. I also didn't die. actually, once you started going around with me. Did you notice? I was trying to stay by your side at all times. I'll just follow you like a lost puppy. Frontlining on Hecate. Oh shit. No. Yeah, I was frontlining on Hecate. Well, yeah, kind of. But it was fun. I think I was kind of allowed to. That wasn't a huge threat on their team. Like the worst one I didn't want to be in front of was CERN, but like CERN isn't really that scary as long as I just juked the two. My main problem in that game, which is by a mile, was Jimojo. I could not deal with her alone. If my ult is down, at least. Then I can maybe hope to ult out, but... Not again. Oh my god. Play the game! I look over at chat the wrong time every time! Fixed. Yo, Sav, you might know this. I'm not getting solo anymore, but I wanted to test this. Does Thor's passive heal count as like towards regrowth? I assume it doesn't, but I hope it does. It doesn't? Okay. Damn. Probably would be too overpowered, but still. It has to be an actual like heal ability. So passives don't count. Okay. Could have fixed it because my abilities weren't proccing. Okay. All I noticed on the Hyogi aspect is at least, I don't think you can crit. I think it's glitched. The main autos don't crit, but the bouncing autos do, and there isn't really anything in the aspect that says that should be the case. But my main autos couldn't crit. That was a pretty big factor of why I was getting shit on as much as I was that game. I literally couldn't crit going full crit build. I noticed that was the case when I jumped in onto Fenrir and I did 3 autos and none of them were critting at all. I was doing like 200 damage. He was barely even taking damage. And then I just noticed after every auto after that they weren't critting. I couldn't crit. How I even managed to do as much damage that game as I did is actually kind of surprising. Because only my bouncing autos decided they wanted to crit. So yeah, I don't know if that's a known bug. Or if it's intended and it's just not stated anywhere. But it sucked. Oh fuck, I had to go shop as well. I don't have any dinner. I just realized. I should have ended. No, who's DCing? Actually, who is DCing? Cause... Oh no, it's Sarky. Shit. You're bugged? Uh-oh. Try and restart, I guess. Maybe if you're lucky, restarting the game might put you in. Okay, thank god, there it is. Nice. You missed one ban, but that's it. So you might not be able to see that. I remember that happening to me once. You can look at my screen in case you're wondering. I have to play mid again. I'm off-rolling today. I'm turning into the multi-role genius I was meant to be. Except in reality, I'm not a genius. I'm just multi-rolling. VVS, be my Yemoja. Will you be my Yemoja? And not the enemy Yemoja this time? Yes. Yes. Okay, I gotta log in then. But how do you log in mid right now? Especially into a bots. Maybe I go Vulcan. Try and just follow up on the ults. Fucking hell. Scylla? Scylla would be good. I haven't played Scylla at all though in Smite 2, so I don't want to risk that on you guys. Because I don't think I can play it well. Like, it would be probably Vulcan, Zeus, or Kukulkan. I'm tempted to do Zeus. I haven't done a good, like, Zeus game in a while. I think I'll do Zeus. Every time I've gone Zeus in the past has been like a solo tanky Zeus. I haven't done a mage Zeus in a long time. And it's really fun. So I'll do that. I might have to invest in a boar though. Depending on how this game goes. Boar might be needed. We have a good comp though. I like our comp a lot. We have everything. Is this skin good? I only just got it because I didn't realize I could just unlock it on Twitch. Or I had gotten it, but I just never accepted it.
I ain't cheap though. Just get going with drinks.
I'll try it. We'll try once. I like how it looks. It has a pretty cool style to it. Sav bots. Jungle, I presume. Conduit or Sands? I think cooldown is better on Zeus than anything else, but having Conduit for the early lane would kind of be nice.
Can't a servant bring this to me?
Oh, it's an asshole skin. I see. It's got servants and shit.
Have fun.
I think I may have to do some casuals in my own and just practice Scylla a little bit, or just get a feel for her. Because I think Scylla is really good as well, especially right now when you need some kind of escapability for these fucking OP tanks. Scylla has so much self-peeling now, especially in Smite 2 when her 2 slows extra hard now. Yes, exactly. Scylla. Bracken support. I might get cooked actually. Hopefully Bracken sits in duo. But Bracken is gonna absolutely cook me. If they get the chance.
What's out there?
Keep it up. You have my attention.
I kind of like the autos, like the heart. The autos are really well made. I like it. Not bad.
An enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing middle.
Be careful. Ultimate is ready. I'll attack.
The rain shall wash them away.
They didn't want to rotate and just you and get killed for no reason. So I was really trying not to do that. Excuse me, do that once I realized he was gonna die.
Enemy missing middle. Flame this area. Oh, I'm ruined.
Your left tower is under attack.
An enemy has been slain.
Actually survives, that's crazy.
Your left tower is under attack.
He did not survive.
She bites.
Your middle tower is
Enemy
under
missing
attack.
middle. Watch out!
Your left tower is under attack.
I'm rotating a bit too much at the moment. I gotta sit back and just farm. It's not like I'm falling behind yet, though.
The rain shall wash them away.
Enemy missing middle.
Attack the Gold Fury. Attack.
Enemy
Your middle tower is under attack.
It was a zoning ult.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Your left tower is under attack.
Attack the Gold Fury. Slain.
I'll defend.
Your left tower is under attack.
flame this area.
enemy has been slain.
Ultimate is ready.
Watch out!
Your middle tower.
Oh man, I hate when the bounce does that. Just out of range.
Enemy missing middle.
Completed.
Enemy spotted.
Yes.
Retreat.
Be
Yes.
right back.
Enemy spotted.
Ally has been slain.
Watch out!
Was kind of hoping for a bit more from my ult there. Neath ult down.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Zeus with Jade Scepter is actually something I'm surprised we haven't seen more of. Like, get two people run in front of you, Jade Scepter them for an easy double bounce.
Middle
Like,
tower is under attack.
surely it's kind of cheesy. It's kind of like the Scylla nonsense, where you just also just do a quick 1-2.
Be careful, right?
And that felt really broken when I met it. That was super annoying to deal with as a front line.
Your left tower is under attack. The pyroman.
I imagine bots will be looking for me once, maybe not, maybe he just ulted now. But my beats are still down for a while.
Enemy missing middle. Watch out now.
Fucking hell, dude. What's such a short range? Can't even clear the wave.
The rain shall wash them away.
It's as they say. Look good.
What now?
Feel good.
I'll do a Bloodbound, actually.
Move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Your team has destroyed a right.
Ally has
Be
been
careful,
slain.
right. Enemies in
Careful.
right.
She bites.
Yes. Gang.
No.
under attack.
What's up?
Your left tower is under attack.
Damn. He TP'd. That would have been nice. Some good damage.
Enemy spotted. Enemies incoming left.
Yes!
Enemy spotted. Enemies at the fire giant.
Careful. Defend the fire giant. Help! On my way.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyromancer. Your last tower is under attack.
An enemy has been slain.
Attack the Gold Fury. Group up. Follow if you dare. On my way.
Enemy spotted. What's up?
Enemies in left flank.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Oh, you move like a jaguar.
I'll attack middle lane.
Your last tower is under
Ow. A little bit of a premature ult, but I wanted to maybe see if I could just put out some damage and help the team in case they wanted to go in further. But oh well.
I'm ruined.
Stay alert. I'm building staff still. Gank!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Be right back.
The pyromancer has arrived. Your middle tower is under
That sucks that Finra left, to be honest.
Your middle tower.
Kind of going to stage because of that. Unfortunate.
Be careful.
I should have just fallen back.
Enemy missing middle.
Did Butts ult? No, I didn't.
Rain shall wash them away.
On my way.
Sometimes the card.
So unfortunate. Literally 1 HP. Man, I die once and now I just exist. I was like 2 levels ahead of everyone at one point. Except for Ra on the enemy team. Oh my fucking god.
On my way. Ultimate is ready. I'll attack.
Enemy spotted.
Attack! Attack!
Ultimate is down. What's up?
Your team has destroyed.
Kinda got baited by Yamamoto here. Sucks. Might have done some decent damage though, with the chain lightning there, but I don't know. I also fucked up my Jade Scepter. But I think he's immune to it anyway in his 2 on bots. I don't know if he's knock-up immune in his 2. That would be some valuable information.
On my way. On my way.
Enemy ultimate is enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Ultimate is down. Group up.
Careful. On my way.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I'll attack.
Enemy has been slain.
He feels really squishy, but it's just that build, I suppose, doesn't really have that much protection, despite it just being really strong.
Claim this area.
Attack right lane. Fire giant. On my way. Ultimate is ready.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemies incoming.
Man, I should just press my abilities, I guess. Neath Ra showing up on one side and not being a bit of a bitch. This is badly positioned by me. What a shot.
Retreat.
Retreat.
I want pen, but it's so fucking expensive. Yeah, I think he's just trying to proc oboe, but it takes too long to proc it. But realistically, like, just get objectives. Like he's trying to get killed, but like tower should just we should have gotten 2 towers there easily.
Be right back. Straight right leg.
Next time, it will go better.
The rain shall wash them away.
Attack the Gold Fury. Be careful, middle.
Just looking at what are we doing here? We need a plan.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Attack right lane.
Like a jaguar.
Fuck, I wish I hit my chain lightning.
Enemy has been slain.
No! Why me? Every game. Every game. Am I just an easy kill? Is that where it is? I just want to throw abilities on my mage character. I am not allowed. Because someone decides to ruin my day. Smells like perfume all of a sudden. Okay. I still want to play. I really do. But I need to stop. And make some food. And do all that weird stuff. Wow. Clean Zeus game. 0 fucking damage. Well, me and Merlin did very close to the same damage. Right. I am gonna head off. So thank you guys always. I really appreciate it. I will not be streaming tomorrow. I've said that a few times by now, but I'll say it just one last time. I expect to be back on Sunday. I don't see why I wouldn't stream on Sunday at least. Maybe I'm just not in the mood. We'll see. But